Saw that piece you stuck on Instagram. That shit's tidy, dude.
The latest one? Yeah, it went pretty well. It's pretty good.
Damn good. I didn't see you do that one.
Yeah, that was last night. Apparently streaming on Sunday is really good because a lot of people take Sunday off. And
yeah, I take Sunday off.
I got like 20% of my followers, like an increase.
Damn.
I got like 30 followers, 35 followers yesterday. It's stupid. How's it going, Vital? Good to see you, buddy. I'm going to be doing a deal stream today. How exciting is that? My boy Cassini. I'm going to have to figure out a cat guard link pretty soon, but I think I have one already. Let me put some music on. It's pretty rushed because it wasn't really premeditated. I just saw him streaming and he was trying to stream like educational stuff, so I was like, hey, you want a deal stream? And he was like, sure. So that's what we're going to be doing. That shows exactly how prepared my streams are. Oh! Reduce that volume a little bit. Okay, let me know how the levels are, would you? But how's it going, friend? You doing okay? Spamming the emote. Okay, it seems like my mic's working, my audio's working, alright. Let me quickly check my pen pressure sensitivity. Because I don't know if my tablet driver ever shuts off. Oh, I do in fact still have my pen. This is good. Check the pressure. The pressure seems okay. Okay, I think we're good to go. Good to see you, my friend. Let me quickly post on the Discord that there is indeed a stream happening. But how are your pieces going, dude? I really liked what you posted yesterday for the reference we did yesterday. I'm really digging that new brush and how scratchy it is. It's really cool. Go ahead and switch the screen. There we go. Everything seems to be okay on that end. Let me quickly announce on Discord that I've gone live. Do all the necessary things. Doing good. Working on a commission. Gotta do a cute cat girl for some sort of shy face. Doing some sort of shy face. It's for someone's Discord bot. Sounds good. Commission, man. Getting that money. Getting that influx. Good for you. You definitely deserve some compensation. I'm just setting up a deal stream for us.
Madman. You dual streaming with me? People are gonna think I'm important.
See if we can get some eyes your way. Well. Vitals in your chat? Alright.
Check this out.
Alright, I think we're good. Okay, I'm gonna set my TeamSpeak to voice activation just so Yeah, we don't talk over each other.
You want me to do that?
Yeah, probably for the best, just so we keep the conversation going. And also we know that if one of us is like talking to chat or something, that can happen. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, we should be okay. Things are going pretty well on both sides. Katie, how's it going, girl? Good to see you. I think where have I met you before? Probably Bonnie's chat, right? Lovely to see you. We are doing a dual stream today with my boy Cassini, been a friend for a while. So yeah, we're getting in on this action over here. So we have been doing color studies on my channel for the last 5 streams. So previous to that, we put in about 60 hours into trying to get better at values, and now we're trying to get better at color. And since Cassini is also trying to get better at color at this particular juncture, that means that we're trying to do it together tonight. Always fun.
Yeah, what is it you call your show? What is it, like the road to better color?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was so tempted to call mine like hitchhiking on the road of any color.
Okay.
Because yeah, I still don't have a decent grasp on color.
Yeah, we'll see where we can get you. I'm trying to adjust my audio because I'm getting a bit of crackling on my end. But it might just be the song, because some people just put it in there. That should be okay. But exclamation mark dual stream in both chats to get the Khadgar link to watch both of us. But let's get started, because my boy over here is a little bit ahead of me. Okay, so where are you at right now? You put in a base value?
I made a face. That's what I've done.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna open up the dual stream so that way it's easier to see.
Looks pretty decent so far. What was your reasoning behind choosing the base color of the piece? So your flats.
I don't know. I
Okay.
just picked, like I was kind of like picking through the colors, and I kind of trying to find like the most in the middle. Because
Fair enough.
I don't know the correct process, but the way I generally do it when I do it is I'll basically do a flat mid-tone, and then I suppose I then embellish with the shadows and the highlights.
Yeah, that's a good way of going about it. Though I would suggest that you don't particularly restrict yourself to the colors that you sample. It's a good idea to use sampling as an idea to try and figure out exactly where the color range might lie in your image. But the thing is, if you want to make something look good in terms of like artwork, oftentimes you're kind of subverting the idea of it actually having the colors it has, rather the colors that you want to portray. So very seldom will you be 1:1 transferring the colors that you see from your reference, because oftentimes that'll end up with a pretty muddy piece, and that's not something that you want.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so like for example, James or Jay Hansen, all the times that he talks about sampling from the reference, he always samples to kind of get an idea, but he doesn't do this 1:1 transference thing. He kind of encourages.
I only did it to kind of give myself a rough idea on the little triangle where I should be putting stuff.
People in my chat. Oh, Maddie, Katie, that's my girlfriend. How's it going, guys? Well, what's this? We're doing a deal stream with my boy Cassini. If you want to get the Khadgar link to watch us both side by side, I encourage you to do exclamation mark deal stream in the chat. We're in Bonnie's chat. Also, hi Cassini. Katie says hi. I've been looking a couple of times, so I'm so hyped. I've been hyped for a couple of days now. Dude, I'm glad you're hyped. I'm pretty hyped for the stream as well. I like working with my boy over here. Everybody's saying hi. Okay, so you want to just start from scratch? Are you happy with the way you are right now? I don't want to hamper on your progress.
How long have I been streaming?
Let me check an uptime.
32 minutes. It took me 32 minutes to get to this point.
I mean, it's not bad. It takes me like 45 minutes to even start drawing, generally speaking. Dual stream, Maddie. Dual spelled with an A? There you go. Did I spell that wrong, or?
No, that looks right to me.
Yeah, Katie, you gained 13 followers in total? I didn't know you even streamed. I'll drop you a follow after this stream. So good to see you. I'm glad you're in a hale and happy mood. Okay, so I think the first thing that would be pretty good to do, for example, OVA. So this is something that you know about the Venus, right? The Venus?
Venus?
Yeah, not Venus.
Birth of Venus?
Yeah.
I've heard of. I regret to say I've never actually watched a stream.
Okay, she's a fucking monster, and I think I've linked to you some of her work. So she was on my stream a while ago, so we had a bit of an interview call with her, and we talked about background color selection. And she says she always try to pick like a complementary color to the base color that she's going to be painting with. So, for example, skin, generally speaking, is always going to be around maybe the orangish, reddish, yellowish tones, which means choosing like a bluish background would be a pretty good shout, but not like a saturated blue, a kind of desaturated blue. That would be a pretty good shout to begin with, because that'll make sure your colors really fucking pop. So if you can just put a layer underneath what you're working on currently and turn it a bit blue, that might be a good shout just to make everything else pop, because it's complementary, right?
I'm on it.
Okay, I got it right. Thanks. Thanks, Ellie. Apparently my spelling is okay. Got Bloody Wing in the chat. Shout out to Bloody Wing.
Bloody wing.
Powerful Bloody Wing. So I wouldn't go this saturated, because actually this might be a pretty good time for me to do my usual spiel when it comes to things that I've learned in color. So maybe you can look on my side just for a little bit. But if you talk about something called color harmony, which is how do I make the colors look like they actually fit into the piece. Oh goodness. Somebody dropped some bass.
Powerful Cassini is trying too cool story,
Oh my
Bob.
god, you're rich.
I'm rich now, got them biddies. Thank you for the biddies, Bloody Wing. Okay, so hold on, I need to quickly adjust some of my video quality. I don't actually need to be seeing my stream, I just want to be reading my chat. Okay, so this is an idea over here that is a pretty important idea that I just figured out recently. So let's just say you have like a saturated orange, like this, and you also have like a bluish idea. So how do you reach these two colors? Like how do these two colors happen in a way that makes them harmonious with each other? Because when you put them side to side, they look super janked together, right? So you can reach colors in two ways. So when you sample and look at the color wheel, you'll see that you have orange and blue, and they're on opposite sides of the color wheel. So if you reach the orange to the blue via just the hues, you would have to use all of these colors. So you had to go with purple, then you would have to go with this kind of midish violet value, and then this blue, and then this blue. Until you finally reach something very close to here, right? Which is the way that it would work. However, you can also link things using desaturation. So desaturation is a really important tool, because all colors will eventually go into the grays. And the same with this blue. This blue will also eventually go to the grays. So you can use this idea of saying that these two colors are actually pretty close to each other because they're an equal distance away from the gray. Which is a really cool idea. How's it going, Night Salas? Good to see you, buddy. So
I think I get you.
So essentially the idea is, when you're putting in, let's just say, let's think about distance. Don't even think about color theory, just think about distance. The further away a color is from another color in terms of saturation or value, or just the hue, let's just say, the further away. So orange is really far away from blue. So if you want to put an orange and a blue together, especially if the orange is saturated, then make sure that you desaturate the blue, which is like the most important part. Also, Night Alice says, Cassini, it's amazing to hear your voice. If you want to see Cassini's stream as well, ! dual stream in the chat, so you can watch both of us work.
Yeah, I seriously need to buy a new nib.
You can adjust your tablet settings as well, if you want to kind of amp up the pressure as well. If
I mean, I can't. That's the problem. This thing is so out of date. None of the drivers or any of the softwares work with it anymore.
Oh, bueno.
Yeah, I think my only option at this point is to just buy a new one.
Yeah, dog. How's it going, buddy? Thank you for the command, by the way, Vital. We are doing a dual stream today, an educational dual stream, all about that improvement. Okay, I think I like this kind of blue color to begin with, so I'm going to start with the painting. So Cassini is using lines, because he likes using lines, and I'm not gonna use lines because I think I'm better than everybody.
I think you're better than everybody too.
Just joking, Twitch. Okay, so choosing the base value, I think your base value looks fine, but I think what you might be making a mistake of is you're going like way too detailed to begin with. Like you're looking way too closely. You should be thinking about like the most largest shapes first, and you got like the most important one, which is the shape of the face itself. But like you're missing a couple of things, which I'm sure you will be adding later, but I would encourage you to like add them in big sweeping strokes as opposed to like minute places, because this will make your work a lot more bold. Because otherwise it looks like an afterthought, which is not something you really want when you're working with color. Okay, I'm gonna get started, man. Taking swigs of coffee in the middle.
The line worker in me is like desperately trying to keep in the lines, but
You can definitely keep in the lines. Are you working on separate layers?
nope.
Probably should.
Yeah, you're
Also-
probably right.
A pretty good idea to begin with. So there are two fundamental concepts that when you're working with color that you need to think about. One is you want to still be able to maintain your value, which is maintain the idea that there are going to be dark regions of the piece and there are going to be light regions of the piece. So if you just run your sampler over the piece itself and you figure out like where exactly is my super dark values. For example, look at under the chin, for example. So that's a pretty dark value. You could potentially call it an area of occlusion. So it's really fucking dark, right? So it's almost in
Yeah.
the
I'm
on
gonna
the
be
top
honest.
left. Right?
I've been meaning to Google what that word means.
Occlusion?
Yeah, but
So
I'm-
occlusion just means an area where light is prevented from traveling. So it's just a dark area.
oh, okay.
Okay, so there's two things there. So one is you figure out where your darks are. So whenever you're sampling, so if you run your eyedropper all over the reference, you get an idea of just how light your lights are and just how dark your darks are. Your lights are important, you can always stretch them up, but your darks are super, super important. So you need to absolutely know exactly how dark your image is getting, especially in these areas like the bottom of the neck, because this is what is going to really sell the fact that your 2D image is actually three-dimensional because of all these occlusions, right? So you'll have occlusion in the hair, under the eyelids, you'll have it in the nose, in the lips. So all of these areas need to be a certain amount of dark. Bloody Wing says, my color technique, does it look good? Yes, fine, no, change it. What a very pipeline way of doing it. But I like structuring it myself. Plus, you know a lot more than you let on, Bloody Wing. Bloody Wing's work is so good.
Oh, Bloody Wing stuff's amazing. And he taught me how to use the software,
Hell yeah.
which I cherish.
Okay, so another thing that you want to be thinking about, so that's the first thing. The very first thing is you check how dark you want to get, how light you want to get. And the second thing is to realize that when you're going for shadows or when you're going for highlights, you're not just picking a darker version or a lighter version of your base color. So this is a big pitfall you want to be avoiding. Because if you do this, everything turns out a lot more muddy than it needs to be. So you should be thinking about shifting between warmer colors and cooler colors. And what that means is shifting more from like a reddish, yellowish understanding to a purplish, bluish understanding. So cooler meaning more to blue, warmer meaning more to yellow. So you shouldn't just be going up and down on your triangle. You should also be thinking about shifting the hue in a certain direction. So now the question comes, where do I shift the direction? What are my shadows? What are my highlights? So this is something that you assess from the piece itself, and it's up to your own personal preference. For example, if you look at, for example, the piece, and if you start like sample like the forehead, and then you sample the cheek, and then you see that little dip that happens, that it goes a little bit more to the red when you sample the cheek as compared to like the forehead. So that's because the light source that's going to be used here is a warm light source, so it's like a yellowish light. And obviously that means if it's a yellowish light, we want to contrast that. Even if it's not contrasted in the reference, we want to be thinking about contrasting these values, because it always looks a lot better if you have a warm light, cold shadow, or cold light, warm shadow, because that creates a much more of an appealing look. Katie says, oh my goodness, I learned so much by watching your streams. Jesus, I usually do what I feel sort of looks good. Yeah, I like to organize my thoughts because I'm really bad at improvisation, so I have to think about these a lot more. Knight says I have to go for work, but you might do this piece. Dude, you really like the model? Dude, Knight likes your choice. That's Cassini's choice of reference.
I found that picture.
Yeah.
Did a thing.
Ellie shitting on herself. Hey, I'm gonna get Guitar to
Same.
ban you if you shit on yourself more. Okay. So
I repeatedly shit on myself.
So the idea, again, to say that again, is one, you think about how dark you want to go, and second, you always want to think about whether or not your shadows are going to be cool or shadows are going to be warm. Because what this means is you can either put like really reddish values for your shadows, or you can put like really bluish or purplish values for your shadows. Like for example, what's a good way of saying this? Like look at the red right underneath her nostril. So in her nostril, it's a really dark region, but look how it plays in the color wheel.
Oh yeah, that's like super dark. Yeah.
And it's not just super dark, but look at how red it goes. Like go to the forehead and then go to the nose. It goes super saturated red.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Actually, I would have never have dared to go that dark on this picture.
Yeah, it's not just the dark though. Like the saturation is fucking. It's crazy because so saturation is how much.
Yeah, I would never have thought of using like that stark a difference.
Yeah, and it really makes like a huge amount of difference. So you can actually.
I think that's one of my problems. Like I always when I do color, I always sort of stay towards more of like a pastel kind of color, like really like soft colors, which then makes values difficult.
I actually haven't started painting. I'm doing my initial assessment. So I do this kind of assessment before every single piece I do these days because it started from my value pieces where Venus said that she likes to check the values of her piece initially. And just like what you just said, you like to check the colors of your piece as well before you start beginning. So when I'm checking the colors, I also check. So this is something that James told me. So he also checks like the range of colors that happens on the pieces just to get an idea of exactly what sort of landscape you're dealing with. So that's a pretty important idea. So this will let you see exactly what color your light source is. Also, speaking of James, Jesus, powerful Mr. Hansen in the chat. Getting ready for TwitchCon, going to be tabling there. He's in the big boy leagues. How's it going, James?
Oh my God.
Exclamation mark, dual stream to watch us both on Khadgar. Something, ideas that
not worthy.
ideas that I've stolen from my dad over there, my Twitch dad. Ellie says I'm like a monkey throwing shit at the wall and calling it art. Same, dude.
Same.
How's your day going? It's going pretty good. I wasn't expecting to be dual streaming today with my boy over here, but that's what we're doing. So he's going to be using lines because he's a regular human, and I'm not because I'm a chimp. But this is how it's going to go.
Help me.
Okay, so you have to understand this idea. So I would just like think about redoing most of your shadows to kind of get this idea of changing the hue. Because it's very easy to get caught in this idea that, okay, I'm just going to think about putting in a darker value, just like a darker value. But in truth, you're always going to have this hue shift between warm and cool, which is super important. Hope you're doing alright, by the way, James. How's all the TwitchCon prep going, buddy? Hope things are treating you alright. Hope it's not too shabby.
Jay Hansen Art's in my stream.
Putting in some values here and there. James says,
Is it fangirling if you're not a girl?
I'll make you one. James is saying I'm doing fine over here, just doing the final prep stuff. Etsy and Square app setup. Nice. James is going to be tabling at TwitchCon with Pam. They're sharing a table. How cool is that?
Man, I would love to go to TwitchCon.
Same. You know Tonche, he's going to TwitchCon. He's from Austria, which is fairly close to us. This girl has a super, like, I don't know what to call it, like a Roman era neck, you know? Like, I see this kind of necks on like a lot of Roman statues. Like the actual birth of Venus, the picture.
I'm from the UK, James. Hang on a sec. I'm going to put myself on push to talk because not push to talk. I'm going to put myself on voice activation because I forgot to actually do that.
Fine. I'm just putting in my silhouette. You like my music today? That's nice. Ellie breaking the system over there. Good to see
Cool.
that you're doing alright.
Yes. it would be quite a trip for me to go to TwitchCon, but I can't. I wouldn't be able to make it anyway. I am so broke, and work would never let me.
I just realized I have a bunch of useless shit open, like my Blizzard client.
How's that useless?
I'm not gonna be playing Overwatch and
I
stream.
mean, if the stream goes bad, we could just jump on Overwatch, right?
The stream goes bad. Vital says he's from the Northeast.
Vital's from the Northeast, so he is well, everyone in the UK to me is a filthy northerner, right? I'm from
Jesus.
Portsmouth,
Jesus.
so I am as south as you can get.
Admins, I'm not associated with this man. I just ran into him.
What happened?
You minimized your Krita.
I don't get why that happens.
Which Overwatch characters are you liking? Dude, I am such a filthy monkey on Winston. I am just dirty. I hit 25 today, by the way. I won like nearly 9 out of my 10 games.
Oh, Katie, thank you very much for the follow.
Look at you getting follows over there.
Look at me getting follows.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like I need to organize my process here so I can actually speak and do this, because I'm slowing down like nobody's business.
That PPM? Is that what it is?
PPM, yeah. Pixels per minute. I've never heard anybody say the word PPM before I came to Twitch. I thought it was parts per million.
I heard of the old what was the old measurement they used to use for like old StarCraft players?
APM.
APM?
Actions per minute.
I suppose it's basically similar, right?
Apparently a white guy won the recent StarCraft tournament. Did you do placements? Not yet. I just hit 25 like 2 hours ago. It's been really good. I also played a couple of games on US, so US is actually pretty good. It's fairly stable.
Wait, you did placements without me?
No, I didn't do placements. Is what I said.
Oh, okay. Do you want to do placements?
Do you want to do
Tank.
placements?
I'll tank or heal. I don't mind. I don't care. I mean, I played ranked for like the first three or four seasons. But I never like stuck with it. So I still, to this day, do not have a golden gun. I say golden gun. I don't have a golden hammer because that's the only thing I'm interested in.
Apparently somebody made up PPM. Wadiakov. I'm not familiar with who that is. Not a real thing. DKP. That's a minus 50 DKP. Handle it. Do placements this week because season ends in 6 days. Yeah, I saw that. I should probably do that.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely going to do it then because I'm so close to actually getting a golden gun.
And you can get the competitive currency for the season used to buy golden guns. Okay, I see. You go check out Wade. The guy is a painting beast. I probably should. Comes with the J. Hansen seal of approval. Should do it then. Okay, so I would slightly reevaluate your base tone because it looks a little bit pallid. I would think about a little bit more, a little bit more reddish would be probably a good idea. I don't think I'm an expert at at flats, but I think a little bit more red. Like you can see where my indication is, right, on my own screen.
Sort of. Yeah, I think I see it.
I think this is about where I would start. Also, feel free to weigh in, by the way, Vital or James or anybody in here. If you see us doing something just markedly wrong, which is always going to happen.
From anybody on Twitch, because I am bad.
That's what I've been doing, man, and I've been really good for me. Very, very good for me.
And I'm sure it'll probably work. I'm sure this is probably fine, but to me, to my eyes, I just see like too pink, right?
Yeah, I'll go a smidge darker than that because you want to leave some room for your highlights, I think. Just a bit more saturated, a bit more darker. Probably would be a good shot. I have a link to his IG if you're curious. Sure, give us a link.
What's that?
But it was Wade a cuff, not Wade. It could be either. I read it as Wade cuff or
I
Wade.
can 100% say you are so much better than me at digital art.
There you go, buddy.
Well, I appreciate that very much. However, you will almost definitely be 100 times better than me at traditional art because I don't do it.
Dude, this guy is crazy, James. He reminds me of Kennedy a lot. And his creature concepts are fucking insane. Holy shit. What a champion. Yeah, I'm seeing his paint book as well. Jesus.
Oh god. Yeah, more and more I'm like seeing that I need to get a new tablet. Because no matter how hard I press into it, it's not like full color.
What brush are you using right now?
I have to go over it like 3 or 4 times. The roller.
Mate, I would really advise using Bloody Wings brush. Exclamation mark Bloody Wing, by the way. But use Bloody Wings brush. It's fucking awesome. I really like using his brush. It's the one that I'm using right now. Super nice guy. Met him at TwitchCon last year. He streams late night, unfortunately for you. I mean, late night might be early morning for me, to be honest.
User joined your channel.
Goodness.
Oh my.
Hello.
Invasion.
Hey, we're dual streaming. You're welcome.
Oh.
Welcome to join. Don't worry about it. You can stay in.
Trolls streaming.
That's the word. Troll.
Why are you so quiet?
I don't know, because I was probably leaning back. Is that better?
It's probably because I've got you like really turned down.
Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Who could blame you?
Yeah, but if you want to find the brush, it's on the Discord. I can actually give you a link to it, maybe.
Is it easy to install? I don't have to like shut it down or anything, do I?
I don't think so. If you do, then I'm sure he'll pipe in. I don't think so. I have it pinned on one of my channels. By the way, if you're new to the community, please join the Discord. We have most of our references on there and all of our resources.
Is there bloody'sbrushes.bundle?
Yes.
Alright.
There you go, yeah. So I think you go settings, manage resources, and then you import it.
Let me...
It's a legit good voice.
Take that there.
Few people are like, who's this? Hi. Hey, Hasso, introduce yourself. Go ahead while I drink some coffee.
I'm Hesse.
Come on, Hesso, tell us about yourself.
I'm Hesse.
My girlfriend says, was that our son, Hesse? Yeah, it's our son.
Ah. Dreg the Otaku, thank you
you-
for the host.
You talk to me? Talk with me? Talk about me? To your girlfriend?
Yeah, all the time.
Jesus Christ.
So what, is just import bundles?
Yes, yes.
Oh, it's that easy, yeah?
Oh, yeah. So what you want to be searching for is it's called BLO bracket run brush. Such a good brush, man. That's what my channel.
Wait, hang on. Settings. Configure crit. No, is that right? What am I doing? Manage resources.
Yeah, manage resources. And then you import. Also, I don't think the screen shows up because Bloody Wing has tits on his on its bundle picture. Because of course with Bloody Wing, of course it'll have tits.
Oh, mine's just a red square.
Huh.
Do I have to update Krita?
I don't think so. Like, are you able to import it?
Oh, all of my brush presets have disappeared. Bloody one. Oh. Oh, that brush.
Did you find it?
Is that right?
For me, it says BLO bracket underscore run brush 1. What it's called on my screen.
BLO round brush 1, color noted.
Not color noted, the non-color noted one. Help when I search for Hasso. Oh, Hasso's not streaming with us, Katie. He's just a friend that we have on TeamSpeak. He just hangs around here because we think he's cute.
Got nowhere else to go.
Thanks, Eddie. It's right. I don't have anywhere else to go.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say anything, man.
You disable. Oh, okay.
Not disabled.
Thank God Bloody Wing's here, right?
Exclamation mark bloody wing, please. Fucking.
Exclamation mark Bloody Wing.
We'd still be in the Stone Age in Krita if this guy didn't meet us.
Is it just Bloody Wing, or do I have to? Yes, I'm attempting to write in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, I would. This would never work without Bloody Wing. Have I just? Oh no. Have I just crashed my? Oh, I'm so confused. What have I done? Bloody Wing, help me! Round brush 3? Round brush 4?
I use 1 because I think he just linked the first one when we were.
Round brush
Welcome.
1? Oh, that's nice.
So I do everything with this brush, and it's fucking legit.
I like the shape already. That's way better than every other brush that I've used on this software.
I mean, all power to David Renoy. I like his brushes for a long time.
Hey, Casino, did you draw those lines?
Yes.
That's amazing, man.
Thanks, man.
So I'd start putting in your shadow values. I would slightly saturate with the base value that you have already, but I think it looks like a pretty good color. So I would start putting in like a more reddish idea of shadows is what I would begin to do. Probably a good shout.
Is that too dark or not dark enough?
So currently what I'm doing is I'm just putting in these initial values that I kind of see on the image. Establish a basis. So I'm not using any lines, so I have to kind of feel my way through most of the image.
That's why I use lines. I don't have to do that.
And theoretically, this is supposed to be a faster way of doing things. This is what Venus tells me. She says it's usually faster to do it this way, especially if you have a reference already available to you.
Well, I mean, I suppose you don't have to spend half the time drawing the lines, right?
Yeah, and plus I think it really helped me figure out how to put in colors the right way, because it's not just enough that you put in the right color and the right value, but you need to put it in such a way that it looks appealing. And that's where the whole idea of shapes comes into play, where you put it into a particular like shape so that it looks like it's forming the thing that you want to describe. But that's a whole different discussion. You don't have to think about that right now. Really not vital to get a good piece.
Thank God.
Oh, you guys in chat, how's everything going for you? I know James is preparing for TwitchCon. It's pretty fucking exciting. What the rest of you guys? You all up to? I know Vital is doing a commission, I think. Katie's waiting for her alarm to go off so I can stream. What do you plan to stream today? What's your idea?
So they let you tote that record player down there, huh?
Vital's drawing a cat girl, right up Cassini's alley.
I can get on board with that.
That's the beauty of music, babe.
The craft show on Saturday Time still made like $300, but it didn't do as well as we wanted, so we're gonna do a different one in November. Sounds good. I'm glad you're re-strategizing. Good thing. Failing at dressing a baby? I don't think she's dressing her up as anything, sweetheart. I think she's just dressing the baby. It's not like a Halloween thing. Speaking of Halloween, you guys have any plans?
I can't remember who said it.
She's
But
dressing
apparently-
her as a baby.
My mum always she always likened dressing a baby to, what was it, trying to tie up an octopus.
A modern female magical version of Alexander Hamilton. I see.
Who is that?
Was it the cyclist?
That cyclist?
I don't know.
Oh. Bloody Wing's thinking of painting something with boobs.
Why does it just a woman?
No, do a man.
Men can have boobs, Agent.
Do a man with boobs?
Do a man with boobs.
Boobs.
What the fuck was that? Thanks for the bits, Bloody Wing. Why did it happen so quickly?
You rich!
Rich.
I'm gonna say that every time you get biddies. Rich!
Alexander Hamilton is a guy on the American $10 bill. Oh, I see. Okay, no wonder we don't know.
Oh, yeah.
He just invented the current form of government and founded the National Bank. No biggie. I see.
You found
So rich!
Jesus.
the Illuminati, right?
Yeah, he's a founder of the Illuminati, yeah.
Founder. He's the chief executive of the Illuminati.
It's actually his eye that's on the bill.
Is that why bits are triangles on Twitch?
No.
Oh
Oh
my,
my god.
god. Wait, but what if it is though?
Alexander Hamill got yourself a problem. He can Alexander handle it. Alright. Definitely moving on.
I might be going a bit ham on the shadows.
Is my stream just paused on your end? Because I can't see you do anything.
It's working for me.
Wait, what? It's just paused on my end as well.
What?
Let me refresh the the dual link. Oh, that's a bit better. I swear I have been doing stuff.
My kid isn't taking well to being a zombie, so I'm thinking bunny. Oh well. Whatever works. You gotta wean them off it though, if you want to force your ideas on them. So you start with like a bunny and then a zombie bunny, and then like a regular human and then a zombie human. You gotta like gradually do it in.
Why does the bunny human come into play?
It doesn't because you're not fucking weird.
You're the one that talks about Judy Hopps all the time.
Listen, there's no reason for an animal to have that kind of hips, alright? At a certain point, I'm not responsible.
If an animal was to have childbearing hips, surely bunny would be the most suitable.
Absolutely not. Who thinks fertility and thinks bunny? What the fuck's wrong with you?
There's literally a saying. Breeding like bunnies.
But it's bred like rabbits because bunnies that don't breed because they're kids. Is a bunny not a baby rabbit, or is that
I
incorrect?
think you can call an adult rabbit a bunny.
It might get offended though.
Jeez. Never be too sure these days.
Not in 2018.
Are humans the only species that can get offended?
Have you seen that video of that little parrot or cockatoo trying to eat the nut, and he keeps like tantalizing him with the nut, and finally he doesn't even want it, he just gets annoyed?
Haven't. I
How are
would
you
like to.
planning on doing the hair, by the way?
So hair is an entirely different idea, which we'll get to once we finish the face. I would just say block it out with a dark color, specifically a dark
Upsets me.
color. Knight says monkeys get offended. Do they? Monkeys are terrifying.
Monkeys, yeah, I don't like monkeys. I don't like apes more.
Also remember to control F your piece. Vital, come on. Okay, remember to control F your, I mean, flip the canvas.
Oh, that's M.
So you get your things right. I would say that looks fine, Cassini, but I would say go even redder. You wanna go redder so it looks more alive. Otherwise, you tend to have this like statuesque idea.
On the hair?
No, on the shadows
Oh, okay.
of the face. So like sample the color, and you could like don't ever be afraid to go super saturated. So your shadows. So this is another idea you can play with. Your shadows are going to be the most saturated regions. So generally speaking, when you go more into your shadows, you get more saturated, and when you go more into your lights, you get less saturated. But I'll be careful about the pressure you're putting in. Like it should still kind of blend in with the image, right? Because it's still skin, and you're still dealing with the same plane.
I mean, again, kind of going back to my previous problem. It doesn't matter how much pressure I put in. It's either not enough or too much.
Is there no like
this pen is broken?
Is there no sensitivity whatsoever?
I have. Well. A little bit.
Because I suggest if you can like kind of brush things on, that might be a little bit better than what you have currently. Ephraim says animals pout. Do they? What sort of animal pouts?
Monkeys.
She loves clothes that are too big for her? That's like all the clothes that you wear, Ellie. You're tiny. Dogs pout? I guess there was that video of Denver, right? The shy puppy or whatever, the bashful puppy. But how's it going, Tefram? Good to see you, buddy. Tefram also super accomplished painter, also uses Krita, so one of those few souls that make us think we can actually paint using the software. Which of course you can. We've got exclamation mark bloody wing here as well.
This looks garbage.
Doesn't look too bad. But you might be making a small mistake in trying to put in the same value everywhere. You might want to like hold off just a little bit on certain areas. Like definitely under the chin. That looks perfectly fine.
Again.
Go ahead.
What?
What were you saying?
So I'm starting again.
Starting again? Okay, go ahead. I mean, it gives me time to catch up, right? I make my clothes fit, thank you very much. Alright. I just go to the store and pray.
Exclamation mark fucking bloody wing.
Thanks, bloody wing. Yeah, Tefram, Cassini's having a problem where his tablet is so outdated, I guess, that the drivers don't work for him anymore.
Yeah, I cannot install new or old drivers on this tablet because it is over 10 years old. I think I was... God, like I would have been about... I must have been about 18 when I got this thing. 18, 19 maybe?
So I can think about it like this maybe, like you sample your base color, because your base color looks fine. But you sample it and then you bring it down to like a more reddish color and just start experimenting with what looks good and what doesn't. Alright Ellie, I will see you later. You should use Linux then? I mean, I don't know if that's the jump in logic. Like, is something not working? Alright then, let's use Linux.
I like Linux.
I don't mind it.
I use Linux at work.
Yeah, I have to use it for a lot of my stuff as well. Would you consider using Linux for your home computer?
No. Because at this point, I associate Linux with work. So the last thing I want to do when I get home is use Linux.
Fair enough. Might be super dumb, but I don't think I ever heard your opinion on the whales I colored for Bonnie. I thought they were really cool. I like the color choices. I thought it was well done. Definitely a good job on that one. That was a while ago. I remember them a lot. I have an Intuos 2 that still works good on Linux. Damn. I have an Intuos 4 back home. I couldn't take it with me because it's really large. Bloody Wing also uses Linux. All these people coming out here, man. Trying to force you to change.
I don't want to change. I fear change.
Yeah, it was a while ago, yeah. I think you did a good job. I don't know why I'm focusing too much on the minutiae here, I really shouldn't. In fact, I'm just gonna join this shape over here. I've been all about this idea of joining shapes, like not thinking too much about the detail. I think it's been helping my work. Makes it look a lot more painterly. Definitely something I want. Yeah, this looks like a better direction. Again, I would think about moving more to the saturation. Like, think about like your shadows being mostly either in the middle of your triangle or towards the right. Try to stick away from the desaturated.
No, that's bad.
Remember, there's no pressure to just get it right off the bat. You can just see what you like want to like maybe try out and then put it a little bit and then see how it looks compared to the rest of the skin. And you don't have to like leave all of your light after you finish all of your shadows. You can actually think about putting in some light so you get this idea of how it's going to look as a three-dimensional form. Because sometimes, especially for me, it's really hard to figure out exactly if something's working or not unless I put in like the lights, so I figure out how that transition works. Also, it's 5 to reset the canvas if you don't know already.
Yeah, I know. Vital uses a Wacom Bamboo CTL. Yeah, so do I. The thing is so old, and I hate it. And it's the bane of my digital art existence at the moment. I'm just gonna, once I've paid off my computer, I'm buying a big 28 HD. Decided.
You've got some art plans, don't you? Like some overarching art plans?
Yes?
Like with the comic and everything? Have you told people about that?
No?
You haven't told me about that.
Hmm?
You haven't even told me about that.
Overarching art plans.
The surprise?
Fair enough.
It's not a surprise. I just haven't told anyone because I haven't made any progress on it yet.
What's the idea?
It's going to be a UK version of The Purge.
Ooh.
It's not going to be an overly long one because I mean, I don't want to give myself too much work.
That's a good way of doing it.
And it's my first attempt, so if it's just a short one,
You're more likely to finish it?
I'm more likely to finish it, yeah.
I agree with that approach.
But it's it's basically going to be how I envision the United Kingdom would do a purge type situation, which granny's killing chavs. Yeah, exactly. Like people in like red coats with tons of dogs, like on horseback, like instead of fox hunting, like people hunting. I think that would be cool. Plus, it gives me an opportunity to draw like really graphic violence.
What sort of style are you thinking?
Not color, that's for sure.
You're gonna do it a la One Punch Man style? Just ashes and things like that?
Well, I'm thinking about doing it pretty much solely white, black, and grey. Maybe do you know, like the comic kind of like stippling sort of thing. Maybe hatching. But
Is the music? Is it the music, or am I going crazy hearing kids playing outside in the middle of the night? It might be the music, or I don't know honestly, because I haven't been paying too much attention. Could very well be though.
it could be kids playing outside, especially where I live.
How are you feeling about it so far?
I hate it.
What's your problem with it?
I don't know.
Keep working on it then. Maybe it's just the fact that it's just not done.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And this ear is like killing me, the placement. Think it was the music? I hope so. Let's just say it was. I haven't put any facial detail in. Should probably do that. Kind of late to do it at this point for a profile. It's the music? Okay. I'll put in a bit of light though. The idea is, like, whenever I go light, I kind of do two things. I always go more towards my yellows if it's warmer light, and I go more towards the desaturation. Same thing with the shadows. I go more towards the red, and I go more towards the right. Saturate. This is like something that we do.
This
To
is what
ensure
we
that
do.
things
What we do is go back.
things make sense.
Can't quite figure out if I'm silly doing all of this on one layer, or
I mean, whatever you feel safer with. Layers are just security that you can go back if you don't like something that's happening.
yeah. I mean, they would be. I didn't balls up my layers so often. I think that's probably why I've decided not to use any layers.
And screw up what you don't use.
Exactly. Because I spend so much time like worrying that I've done the wrong part in the wrong layer, and then I end up just combining the layers anyway. Just to think, well, I've done it now. It won't work the way I want it to if they're on separate layers. So
Yeah, even artists that use layers extensively do the same thing, wherein the layers are just for them to like either track progress or just attempt to do something that they're not entirely sure will be in the same piece towards the end of it. Like Dave Greco, for
Yeah.
example, he does a ton of work on different layers, but he will always end up merging the majority of it in one like overarching big layer on the bottom. My music gone, I think.
What? Oh.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I should be using this brush.
The nice thing about it is just the edge, so it's really good for like blending in between. And it has a lot of control when it comes down to putting down values. Everything seems just a lot more sensible when it interfaces with different layers of color because of the way the edges seems a lot more blended, so you don't have to really put too much time into blending. I like it personally because it's a symmetrical brush, which means a lot more easier to control. To me, at least. Ooh, Knight had a quick start on her. You liked it that much that you
Damn.
attempted it? Let me see. That's good. That's really solid. Let me show this off on stream. It's awesome. Love getting you guys in here to draw with us. Always a super fun time. There you go. You get to go on the reference, so now everybody that comes to stream will see your beautiful rendition of it. Good job. I think your placement's a lot better than mine. And profiles are hard to draw, man. I think you did a really good job. It reads as feminine. It reads as pretty. Really good job. I can't wait to see how you tackle the hair if you get back to it. Thanks so much for drawing with us. Awesome. What do you think, Cassini?
I like it. There's some clean lines.
Yeah, nice anatomy stuff.
Like, I really wish I could draw that well on paper. Like, I really wish I could draw that well on paper.
It's just a question of time spent, I think. How much time have you really spent drawing on paper with pencil and stuff?
Realistically, more time than I've spent doing it on digital.
But mindful, though? Mindfully, to try and improve?
Yeah, that's probably the difference, right?
I love drawing profiles. Me too! A lot of people hate profiles. But I really like profiles a lot. And they're way easier to draw. I say that, but I'm gonna fuck this one up. But, you know, in general speaking.
My favorite thing specifically about profiles, because the only people I've ever drawn profiles of are women. And it's specifically this section that I'm zoomed in on at the moment on stream.
The lips?
The nose. I just love the way like the nose meets the lips and then the shape of the lips in profile. I think it looks amazing. Yeah, like I will draw like when I'm at work. Where's my pencil? Oh no.
Probably paint her later? Nice. Can't wait to see how it goes. Can't wait to see it up on Instagram as well. They usually do a really good job with these. Nose might be a little bit high. I'm gonna bring it down. Gotta go. Love you guys. Love you too, Night. We'll see you later.
Bye night. Oh my god, what am I doing?
Looks good so far. I'd experiment with putting in some lights maybe. So like we said before, if it's going to be a warm shadow, then we got to think about, I'm sorry, it's going to be cool shadow, so that means more redder shadows. So generally the darker an area is in the shadow, the redder it'll become. So maybe you can think about putting in these like really saturated red values to get your highlights, I'm sorry, to get your shadows in, your dark shadows. so underneath the nose, underneath the chin, that we were talking about earlier. And these will look a lot better right now, just because it has this sort of, what's it called? Already you have a small reddish value to highlight where the shadows are generally, so now you can go in really hard, and then think about,
Oh, fuck.
oh goodness.
I can't believe you've done this.
You can think about putting in this dark red value. Thank you for the follow. But who was it? Oh no. Oh, made by 66. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who is the second James? Venus, how's it going, buddy? We were talking about you earlier. But if you want to hit exclamation mark dual stream, that's a dual spelled D-U-A-L. We are working together on a piece side by side, so he can ask me questions, I can ask him questions, we can go back and forth. We're doing a bit of a deal stream.
Although I think I'm probably asking the most.
Would you
That's what
mind,
I'm doing. I'm winging the shit out of this.
you mind showing the finish pic from yesterday? Sure, this is where we got yesterday. Hope you like it. Whoops, that's the wrong one. There you go. This is where we got yesterday. Pretty cool, right? We did this in one sitting. Thank you for the dual stream link. Talking about, yeah, I was just talking about your method initially to try to assess the values by color picking. That's something that I associate with you heavily. Is that why my ear was hurting? No, don't worry about it. But I hope you like it, 66. This is where indeed we got yesterday. And thank you for the follow. But how's it going, Weenie? Hope you're doing okay. You guys do not know about the Venus. Big shoutouts to her. Incredible artist. Has taught me quite a bit about how to paint, and it's probably one of the biggest reasons that I'm painting in this method to begin with, because it's what she did for some of the studies, and I was like, okay, well, I wanna do that. That's why I'm doing it. So Cassini is also on the improvement train right now, which is why I thought dual streaming with him was a good idea.
I have a much longer road though.
So if you have any suggestions that you want to drop him as well, I think he's pretty open to critique. Are you open to critique? I didn't ask this before.
No, just tell me my stuff's good and let me sleep. No, yeah, absolutely. Anything you got, if it's gonna help me, I will listen.
It's my favorite thing in the world is when Venus says, "Hey James, you mind if I be a little bit critical?" I'm like, "Oh yes, finally, rip into me, and tear me a new one."
Like whenever I post a picture on a Discord, I'm just hoping one day they'll ask me that question.
Is she a ballerina?
Instead of just saying, "Yo, those lines super clean," and I'm like, "Yeah, but what about everything else?"
Rip into me. Is she a ballerina? I don't know. Cassini picked the reference. So.
I have no idea.
Backstory. What's her name?
She looks very ballerini.
Ballerini?
I don't know. I don't know who she is. Oh.
But yeah, exclamation mark. Dual stream will bring up both the streams. If you want to check out how my boy is progressing. So I think you might be making a small fundamental error in terms of painting.
She's not a ballerina. But it is something called a Valkyrie headdress.
Makes sense. With the feather and everything. Got Walter White in Cassini's chat. How's it going, Walter White?
Walter White? I didn't see you there.
Man with a golden voice.
Big fan
Wait,
of
what? Wait. Hang on.
Have you heard him sing?
No.
Oh, dude, he's crazy. You should post some of his stuff. He has like a Broadway kind of voice. It's really cool. I usually cheat a bit with shadows. I get a new layer, blocking my shadows in black, lower the opacity and smudge the eyes. Same with highlights. Yeah, I know, but this is a bit of a mistake because you're kind of cheating yourself out of understanding the way the colors work, as well as the fact that it's not going to be a very vivid image because you're not adjusting the hue values, right? So it's a bit of a problem. It's too early for me to be saying anything. Venus is just cracking the fingers like, well, I'm gonna fucking destroy this boy. Doesn't even know.
You wait. Starting a timer. Like, right, he's got 10 minutes to sort his shit out. I have no idea what to do.
Oh yeah, so what I was saying was there's like a fundamental problem from drawing that you try to be specific from the get-go. I would say like let yourself kind of be a little bit looser at the beginning, so you give yourself room to try and pick out the things that really work, as opposed to put the burden on yourself to say this has to work. So when you put a shadow down or you put a light source down, or a light portion on your image, don't believe that this has to be correct the way you're doing it, or it has to be wrong. In fact, it can be any variation of those things leading to one side or the other. So when you're putting in things, try to put it in a little bit ambiguously. Like, for example, let's put it like really rough. Look at the light source that I have on the cheek. Like it's super ambiguous where exactly it's supposed to go. Maybe the angle's right, maybe it's not right. But just putting that in there is a good idea, just so you can like mold the image, almost like you're sculpting from rock.
Shading just with grey. See, that's what I usually do.
Yeah.
Or I'll shade with like pure black.
It tends to corpsify your image is the problem.
I mean, I've got to have a good example of it somewhere. Where's my Dracula that I haven't finished yet? That's probably a good example. Is that? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I haven't finished this yet.
Nice.
This is the sort of style that I'm thinking of going for the comic book. Like super heavy shadows, like really high contrast.
Good idea.
And then like I don't know, then adding like I don't know. Oops.
Also, Vinny, this was a study we did last stream. I think it came out pretty well. It's pretty vibrant, right? Walter White saying... What is Walter White saying?
Yeah, alright. Oh, horrible noises. Okay. Shading with grey or black when painting with colours is the fastest way to get muddy and messy palette.
Yeah, I think it's fine for the initial idea of like where to put your shadows and everything. I was lurking. Oh, cool. I think that came out pretty well. I really like that piece.
My problem is I don't think I've put really enough thought into shadows either. Like I'm really not. I don't know what kind of painting would you say this is? This is very realistic stuff. I mean, especially stuff that you do.
I don't know. I think I would put mine like semi-realism.
Yeah, because I'm so like I'm more or less brand new to even that.
The
Like,
thing is,
everything I do is so.
I think it's a good idea. Maybe you can build upon your existing strengths. So you can actually do a super shape-based kind of painting, kind of like the stuff that I've been doing right now. So if you take your shadow value, and if I were to tell you that, okay, you only have these two values to work on the piece, how would you shadow the piece? So your shadows would look a lot more interesting, right? They'll be a lot more dynamic here and there. And then you can start putting shapes within that to complicate it. So this is actually a way of painting that I learned from Proco, and that's how he teaches you to use values in shadows. So what you would do is you would shade your entire region of shadows. So maybe I can show it to you on my stream, on my end. So it would be something like this. So you would take a value of shadow, and then you would say, okay, I know for a fact that this value of shadow is going to cover here, here, so you don't really care too much about the gradation. But let's just say it covers here, here, and then here.
Hang on, I need to refresh the stream. Yeah, no, everything that you're doing is frozen. Wait for that ad to finish. Right, okay. Continue.
Okay, so you do it like this, right? So then you'd be like, okay, I want to complicate this further. So within this area of shadow, what do I see? So you'll say, okay, maybe I see this shape over here, so it's going to be slightly darker. So I'll pick like a darker, more saturated value. And then you'll be like, okay, I see this like triangular shape over here, so I'm going to put this in. Right? And then you maybe can see like a little bit of a triangular shape down here, moving towards the chin. And then you can join it with this over here. So then it's like shape number 1, and then shape number 2, right? So you're trying to make these shapes look pretty interesting. Like that. And you can say, okay, maybe I see a slightly lighter value in here. So again, it's like going inside your large shadow value. So maybe if you see a lighter value in here, you can say, okay, I'm going to put a lighter value in here. So then you pick that lighter value and you draw the shape out, according to how it is in the image. Like that. And then you can say, okay, maybe there's a lighter value over here as well. Then you pick that out, and then you lighten it accordingly. So then you're kind of building upon this idea, and the more you do it, let's just say you have the highlight right here, so then you highlight it over here. So the more you do this, the more gradually you're going to arrive closer and closer to the actual amount of lines that you see on your reference, right? Look at my music.
Oh yeah, my music stopped too. What to listen to? Oh, I'm gonna...
But you sort of get this, right? So you keep building upon the shapes. So if you want to put in shapes, you can do it. So you can start from like a lighter value to all the way to a darker value, and you can just keep putting them in. And the more shapes you put in, like the more finished the image is going to look. That's definitely an approach you can take. I do the same thing, but a lot more gradual. That's something you can definitely do. That is a really pretty orange. Yeah, I think I could have ended up being a lot more saturated with that orange towards the final part of the image, but it turned out to be pretty good. I really like that piece. I should definitely think about trying to finish it at some point. Finish it more. I'm happy with the way it is right now. But I hope you got that, Cassini.
I got it.
Okay, just be a little bit careful about trying to pick in some less like muddy looking values. So always think about picking that sort of reddish, and if it looks muddy to you, like if it looks brownish or grayish, don't ever be afraid to like re-pick your palette for that particular thing, because this is a mistake I always used to make. So don't ever be afraid of like re-choosing your values or your colors.
Oh man, paint's hard.
I know, there's a lot to take in at the beginning, but that's just the nature of the thing, right? Once you figure out your basics, then everything will go pretty smoothly. Also, if you'd like to watch both streams, again, if somebody isn't, go ahead and hit that ! dual stream command in both chats. Can spy on what I'm doing, can spy on what Cassini is doing. With both of our chats. It's a fun situation all around. We're also approaching this piece in very two different ways. Whereas I am using a lineless approach, Cassini is using lines. Okay, so an interesting thing about shapes, so this is something that Marco Bucci talks about a lot, so I like to jack off Marco Bucci on my stream a lot, so the shapes that you put your values in, so these big overarching shapes that you're going to be really bold with, and I encourage you to be as bold as possible with the shapes. So when you're putting these shapes, try and not use just simply lines or simply circles. I'd encourage you to use a combination of these kind of basic components, which is a straight and a U shape and an S shape. So use shapes like this maybe. Like really complex, but still simple to understand shapes that read well. And you can see them at a distance well. So these kind of combinations of shapes. So if your shape looks a bit weak, if it doesn't seem to really indicate or evoke an idea of what that region's supposed to mean, then I would suggest re-evaluating the shape. Like for example, for this piece that I did over here, I can show you a good example of this. So I did a ton of shape re-evaluation for this piece. So you can look at the face, for example, on this piece. So I really didn't like the way that everything was like really muddy and separated in this face. It made it look like she was a little bit unsure of herself. So I simplified it heavily, and I went from here to here, and I thought it was a super positive change. So I revalidated a ton of the shapes in this piece, and it seemed to be way better. And the value you have right now is pretty good. Are you taking off the lines on your piece?
Just for now. Just makes it a little bit easier to see it, because that way I'm not sort of. Yeah. Because one thing I find when I do, because I always use line work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that can sometimes make coloring difficult.
Right.
Because the colors aren't always going to perfectly follow the lines, right?
Exactly. And I never really thought about this idea of putting in like interesting shapes until I stopped using lines. Because it turns out that it's like just putting in a light or a dark value isn't enough for you to really evoke the idea of it looking like something specific. It's really important to think about how is this value shaping different things and different ideas. Like a good example for this is like, this is going to go on my past work because I did it. But like if you look at this piece that I did, so I use like 3 or 4 values on this cheek to try and indicate something, which is high cheekbones. The cheekbones are prominent, so with this light value, and with this dark value saying that she has like sunken cheeks, and to kind of indicate the plane of the face coming from the nose with this value over here. So with just 1, 2, 3, and 4 different values, you indicate the entirety of the planes of the face. So if I didn't do it exactly in this kind of way, using these like really simple basic kind of curves and shapes, you wouldn't really think about this as in fact a curve. So I think this is really important to understand. So always try to don't complicate your shapes, but always trying to simplify and always try to evoke exactly what you were trying to say. So how you choose the shape will be entirely up to you, and this is something where your own like understanding of faces and things will play into effect. The way you put your straights, where you put your triangles, this is entirely up to you. So you will figure this out. But it's really important to be bold with the shapes. You don't ever have to be timid with them.
When I take the lines off, mine looks like a dude.
I think femininity
Lines
resides entirely in the lips, chin, and eye region, and you don't have too much of a detail in there right now, so I wouldn't care. But if you want to lessen the dudiness of it, I would think about trying to redden up the bottom of the chin. So this thing over here, I think, is what's making mine look a little bit more feminine. Walter White says, have you guys ever used a website called Line of Action for your studies? We've been using it for our college courses and it's been amazing. Not yet, actually.
I don't know what that is.
I know what Line of Action is. I never thought of using them because I think I'm pretty happy with the way that I've been progressing already. But definitely if I stagnate, it's a good suggestion. And I think that definitely belongs on the Discord as well. If you will want to join my Discord, you can hit !Discord in my chat. Because people are always looking for resources over there. And I'm never one to say that I'm going to ignore some parts of learning or some resource when it's obviously good and useful. So I'd go ahead and pop that in as well. Venus says she likes Line of Action, it's really good. There you go, you got the premium recommendation right there. Again, I should emphasize that this is just the way that I'm painting right now, and it can change even for me. But some of these basic ideas, like the value searching and like the shadow color, the highlight color, the base color, I think these are almost universal, unless you're really going to be painting with like a skewed kind of palette. I think these values are pretty, or these ideas are pretty universal. Anatomy 360 I actually use. I use that for my warm-ups, yeah. I use that for a while. But thankfully right now I'm not really thinking too much about anatomy. Because I'm fairly happy with where I am right now. Not saying that
I honestly at this point haven't figured out how to soften the edges for my colours.
I don't think you even need to. I don't think that's something you should think about. Like, that'll come later when you're figuring out your style. But unless you're actively searching to get a really cel-shaded look, and even then, I think just based on my personal experience, because that's what
That's the thing. I never actively tried for a cel-shaded look. It just came easier than doing it this way.
I think by just using these really hard, bold shapes, I think it's easier to learn. This just might be a personal opinion of mine, but I think it's way, way easier to learn color and to learn value if you just stick with like these fundamental ideas. And I think you can make things look feminine or masculine regardless of your type of softening, if you just get your values and color right.
But yeah, it also doesn't help that when I'm trying to do it softly.
And you can't even do that right now with your setup, right?
It's my pen's just too unreliable at the moment.
But it is a very solid suggestion, Walter. I'm glad to have your inputs, by the way. I think Walter is currently studying this sort of thing, aren't you? How's that going, by the way? I think it's been a while since we've touched base. How's everything going on your end? The reason I say this is because it might help the character look more feminine with the lines up. I agree with you. I think softer shading is very good for making things feminine, but I don't think that's where femininity really lies, because if you look at a really masculine looking feminine face, you can still see it looking feminine in a lot of places, and that's entirely because of the way the bone structure is and the way that certain values are placed and how harsh some values can be. I don't think that's the root of femininity, but I think it's a very simple way of thinking about it. I do agree with that. It's a solid fundamental concept. But I don't know. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this? I might be wrong. But some of my favorite pieces of work, especially on female portraits, have been super basic, kind of hard-edged work, and it's read as female to me. How is that new guy? Oh, the new guy? That's Cassini. If you want to see his stream, I will give you the command for it. Good to see you, by the way.
I is the new guy.
That's my friend Cassini. We are doing this study together. So we're bouncing off ideas back and forth between each other. And yeah, he's an artist just like me. And he's been a good friend for a while, so we thought we might do a bit of a dual stream together.
I don't like using that word, but...
Well, it's just been pretty good. I've been studying animation.
Not for me, anyway.
I've been improving. That's awesome. But I still feel way under par in comparison. I don't think you should be looking towards anybody else. Because as long as you're improving at a rate that you think is fine, I wouldn't look to anybody else. People have their own little journeys when it comes to art, and I don't think you should take anybody else's journey at face value. Yeah, so I've been trying to get past comparing myself to others. Exactly.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Is at in their own journey. I don't think that's relevant to you, because even if they are way ahead of you or way behind you or whatever, it's not going to really help you at all. Greetings. Any resources to start learning how to draw? Okay, so learning how to draw is a very interesting, broad sort of request or statement. So I think the most fundamental thing is just to get a pen or a pencil and some paper, and then start drawing things that you like drawing. So, like Walter White says, lineofaction.com is a good resource, but this entirely depends on whether or not you want to actually start drawing people. I want to draw anatomy. So if you're just starting to learn how to draw, the best thing you can do is learn to draw things that you like things that you're passionate about, things that you love, your family members, your pets, surroundings, you know, dogs, cats, whatever have you, things that you like drawing, because the entire point of trying to learn how to draw in the beginning is that you're putting in the time and you're putting in the effort to try and do this on a regular basis. Because when you say that you want to draw and that you want to get good, you are making a commitment with yourself saying that I want to be able to do this for a very long time. And if that is something that you honestly, truthfully do want, then you need to understand that you need to be doing this for a long time, which means you have to be enjoying yourself while doing it. So make sure that you're doing things that you like drawing. So You know, figure out what you want to do. You like to draw anatomy? Sure, then line of action is a great thing. Something technical? We have a ton of references on the Discord. I think Walter White just dropped a link to the Discord as well. And we do studies every single day on the stream. So I'll be doing a study and explaining my process and the things that I've concluded. So if you want to see some of my work, we do things like this on the stream. So we do value studies, we do color studies, we do full anatomy studies, things like this. And the time can range. So this piece over here is about 4 hours or 5 hours. This piece over here is 30 minutes. And we try improving. So this is where I was about 4 weeks ago. This is kind of where I am right now. So I improve, or at least I try to improve on like a daily basis. And a lot of people in my community are making some pretty good strides. And some people in my community are way, way better than me. So it's been a really awesome journey. And everything we do over here is just to try and get a little bit better, a little bit more skilled, a little bit more technically proficient in all things art related.
I like to draw anime characters.
But sure, if you want to get technical with it, anatomy is a great place to start. Everything will make sense once you figure out everything. Once you figure out all the nooks and crannies of the body. And we go into that quite a few times on the stream. There's a lot to figure out in general. But ultimately, it's definitely a surmountable thing. Me personally, I've always want to get better at portraits, specifically female portraits, which I've been historically bad at. So lately, all I've been doing is female portraits. But like I said before, the root, the very, very core of getting better to draw is to simply draw. You have to draw. You have to keep drawing. You have to draw for a long time, and you have to be mindful of what you draw. But the key of everything in that aforementioned suggestion is you have to be putting in the time. The most important thing. Which is why I say, always draw something you like. Always draw something you love. Draw something that you're passionate about, that you would always want to go back to. And this is the most important thing. Everything else I think is secondary. Okay, I can't wait anymore. I'm gonna go set up my stream. Thanks for the great tips and tricks. See ya? Sure, I'll be sure to stop by as well. Everybody go give Kitty a follow as well. I have to say, what I've been enjoying about my studies is learning about the 12 principles of animation and 7 principles of design. Sure. And I think as long as you're finding all of those things invigorating and exciting, it's a very good thing. And advice? I mean, this is just how I learned how to do anything. So I've tried to do, like, I don't know, 50, 60 different things in my life. Like, all just completely, really, really diverse spread of things I've tried to attempt to do in my life. And I've failed the majority of them. And the ones that I have succeeded, I've made sure to realize exactly why that was. Like, what exactly was the problem? Why did I do well here and why did I do well there? Because I refuse to believe that I was not meant to do certain things. I just don't have the idea in my head. And the reason is I just didn't put in the time. I mean, I cannot expect the results that I wanted if I just didn't put the time in. Like, I can't expect to be an expert rock climber if I don't put in the time to try and boulder and to put in the time to try and do my holds. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I can't expect to be an expert powerlifter if I don't spend enough time doing my squats and my deadlifts and my bench. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So you cannot expect to be an expert at anything unless you do the work, unless you do the time. So that's the most fundamental thing. You cannot be bothered about the minutiae, you can't be bothered about these small little details if you're not just doing the most important thing. So that's why when people come to me for advice on certain things, I just tell them to do the most important thing. The thing that people never seem to talk about, which is just draw. Just draw as much as you can. Like currently we're in October, so Inktober is a big thing. And the most important thing about Inktober is not to get good at inks, it's not to get good at drawing, it's just to get good at drawing regularly. Like, it doesn't matter if every Inktober piece you do is dog shit, that's fine. But the fact that you're drawing regularly, every single day you're putting in the effort, that's a very important thing. It's a very, very strong thing. And it's something that will carry you a lot. Like, I've learned how to play the ukulele, well, I'm learning how to play the ukulele, and one of the most important things they said is think about 1 minute practice every single day. So take a uke out and you practice for 1 minute every single day. So what generally happens is because you go through the motions of taking it out, you do like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, but the point is to continue to play, and the more you play, the better you get, and this applies to everything. Just take the time out. I found the knowledge exciting, I don't care, I don't actually enjoy drawing too much due to my lack of ability in it and my frustration with that. Luckily I'm heading into VFX anyways, so drawing isn't something I really need to be concerned with? You think you'd be surprised, because like Dave Greco, for example, he wanted to get into animation, and he fell in love. He hated illustration, but the more he learned about it, he figured out that the reason he hates illustration is because he's bad at it, and now he works in illustration. So you might be surprised. Don't ever knock it just because you think you're not the best at it. Also, again, if you guys want to see where my boy Cassini is coming in with the study.
No, don't look. It's bad.
I would say try and join your shapes, like, and try to simplify your shapes, for example. Like, I can pick one of the shapes that you're doing right now, perhaps. Like, let's talk about maybe the shape on the... Let's just say on the orbital. So on the lower side of the skull. So this shape. So I would think about using the shape like this. So this shape in my eye would be something like this. So I would start here. I would describe like the nose over here. And then I would go down here. And then again, using these lines, these straight lines and these U shapes and these curves. So I would go down here. And I would curve out here. I would curve in here like that. And then I would go down here. So this would be my shape here. The shapes like this is something you should think about. The value here is obviously wrong, but these kind of shapes, right? So you'll have shapes like this, you'll have shapes like... So I have a shape like this right now over here. So like shapes that kind of...
I have no idea what's going on, whether it's... Your stream or my stream. Hang on, let me open up your stream. I'm just going to close this down a sec.
Sure. To see... I have a minuscule problem though. I can vividly visualize an image in my head, but I can't spill it onto paper. Any remedy for this? Just use reference. That's a remedy for it. You don't have to put the burden on yourself to be able to recreate something right from your head. That is just an insurmountable amount of pressure on yourself, and I do not recommend it. Don't think of reference as a crutch. Don't think of it as cheating. Reference is a tool to be used like every other, and you should be using reference. It will make you better at drawing without reference, and it's definitely something you should be doing. Did you see these shapes, by the way?
Yes, I see the shapes.
Yeah, so those kind of shapes are what you want to be looking at. So I would avoid just plain old squares, but you can definitely get away with plain old squares. But yeah, that's my advice, Nika. I would definitely think about using ref. Plus, imagination is always going to be way more vivid than anything even the most skilled artist can put on paper. Sure. It's going to be more vivid, yeah, but ultimately you can't convey your imagination on canvas unless you know your basics, unless you know your fundamentals. It's just not going to happen. Like, I don't think there's a single artist that can draw like people or anything convincingly that hasn't already done it from reference. So reference is super, super important. Never knock reference. Like, all creativity and imagination aside, if you do not know how to draw something, you simply do not know how to draw that thing. That's the be-all, end-all of it. Unless you have the knowledge, you won't be able to draw it. And putting that burden on yourself, saying that, okay, I need to remember this, I need to remember that, it's just way too much. It's just not a good way of learning, honestly. And this is something that held me back for the longest time, because I was just a snob when it came to reference. I was like, I don't use reference. Everything that I do is just from my imagination, so I'm way better than everybody. I was an idiot. My work suffered because of it. That was such a negative way of thinking. Because who did I think I was, honestly? How arrogant do you think I was that I thought that I knew how to draw everything just from my head? And that's why all my women look janky. That's how all my men look like trash. Like, that's because I just didn't know what I was doing.
Oh god, is that time already?
What's up?
It's nearly 9 o'clock.
You need to leave?
I need to eat soon, yeah. But I will be continuing this because
Just eat on stream, it'll give me time to catch up.
I would consider it an insult. You say catch up, but I'm pretty sure you're ahead of me at this point.
No, I don't think so. Art is no man's land for me. That's why I am this inquisitive. Hey, don't worry. Questions are always encouraged on the stream. We're all about the learning, right? There's a difference between tracing and using reference? Absolutely. And I don't even knock tracing, honestly. I think tracing is perfectly fine for an educational standpoint. It's perfectly fine. I have no issue with tracing.
That's how I learned how to draw.
Just view everything as a tool. Don't knock anything. It's gonna help.
So when I was a small child, when I was a small kid, the first thing I ever learned how to draw was Dragon Ball Z characters. And that's because when it was on TV, I would I'd pause it, right? Get trace paper, draw the character from the TV, put that over in my notebook, and then I would just spend the rest of the day just trying to recreate that. Now I can draw well, I say that my Dragon Ball Z characters look garbage.
I don't know if you're looking at your chat, but Venus is saying something.
Oh wait, really? Is that my chat? Or was that your chat?
It's your chat.
I'm not looking at my chat. Yes, Venus, you can recommend anything.
Yeah, I'm actually super curious on what she's going to say, because I'm going to learn a ton from this. She's going to lay in here. You ready, man? You ready to get the Venus treatment?
Oh, I'm so ready.
I also recommend that you study the 10 principles of design, sure, but I would suggest lay off one. This is my suggestion if you want to know, because I think it's definitely important to look at all resources, but never substitute not drawing. So, if you're going to look at anything, make sure you're also drawing when looking at it, right? Because I made this mistake in the past. I don't want anybody else to.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you did that, but who did that? Who on earth was that? Brunch Crumbs, welcome to the stream.
I'm sorry, Venus. I thought I was looking at my chat, but I was actually looking at Indian's chat.
Welcome.
I almost looked at the stream and was like, oh wow, actually, I'm not too bad, but no, it turns out that wasn't even my work.
So we are currently doing a study, a dual stream study with my boy Cassini. If you would like to see both of us attempt to do this particular study, I would strongly recommend hitting that exclamation mark dual stream command in my stream. Go check my boy out, tell him how he's doing.
Check your values. Yeah, I'm still not 100% comfortable with Krita myself.
Okay, so what Venus means by checking the values, so this is something Venus does very often. You and this other person are doing the same drawing? Yes, indeed, we are doing the same drawing. It's pretty cool, right? So, I can show you based on this. Yeah, there you go. By checking your values, I mean see the black and white version of what you're painting? Yeah, so...
yeah, I don't know how you do that.
There is a way of doing it. I keep fucking forgetting what it is.
Filter?
Yeah, filter, adjust, desaturate.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah, Giffy Gamer, we are doing the same study together. So I'm learning from him, he's learning from me. That's how we're doing it. You can see mine as well if you want to look at mine.
Wow, yeah, that's not dark enough.
This is actually why a lot of people will say, make sure you try and, like, if you can, start from dark black and white, because it's very easy to get a little bit caught up in your colors and not in your values. So it might make the piece look a little bit flat. And unless you have your contrast in there, sometimes no amount of, finagling is actually going to save your piece, because it might look super, super flat. And people like Boro Dante, for example, on YouTube, will say that contrast is way more important than actually getting in the colors right. It'll make things look a lot more believable.
Oh, I don't know how to make a black and white version of the reference.
For the reference, I suggest, because you can't really edit the reference, I would suggest taking the reference in a different tab. desaturating it, and then pulling that new image into your canvas is how I would do it. I've done it before, and that's how I did it.
Oh, if you just add it as a new layer, right?
Sure. Or just add it as a new reference, whichever. If you want to do the modification within your within Krita. You're minimized, by the way. Walter
Yeah,
White says,
I needed to get my pictures.
as an artist of any kind, you're always going to have feedback and criticism. Absolutely, and we fully embrace and encourage it on this stream. Like, I have a rule on my stream that if you have something to say about the piece or about my work, you're very strongly recommended to say something. I don't even care how civil you are in my chat, towards me, that is. For other people's work, it is strictly kind of on my Krita may have crashed.
Your what?
My Krita may have crashed. Okay, we're fine.
Oh no.
I wouldn't say that values are more important than colors. You can mask bad colors with good values, but both are fundamentals and incredibly important. Yeah, true enough. I was just recounting what I had learned. Jesus Christ, Krita, leave me alone.
Yeah, mine's playing up today.
Like you can't bad drawing anatomy with good rendering? Yeah, sure enough. I agree with you, Venus. Ooh, goodness, something is a problem here. Oh, let me save and reload.
I don't know how to render.
Okay, I need to think about exactly what I'm doing here. Because some things are not bueno with my setup currently. I'm running out of memory.
Oh really?
Yeah. Need to do a quick restart. Unfortunately, it's not letting me save my piece currently. It's a bit of a bummer. Okay, I saved it. Let me quickly do a reload. Sorry about that stream. I'm gonna need to quickly do a reset of my things, just so things work. Just put you on my... Let's put you on that screen for a second. Sorry about the alerts. I need to mute my system notifications on Windows. Just give me a second. Handling a bit of technical difficulty on my end.
So how is everybody's evening, or morning, or afternoon? How is your day? Yeah.
Actually coming out pretty good, I think. Coming out pretty well. What do you think? How do you like it so far?
I don't.
I think like Venus is saying, there might be a little bit more of a variation in terms of value than just the cheek that you might want to think about.
Yeah.
And also the whole idea of getting redder and then getting more desaturated or getting more saturated and getting redder for the shadows. that whole idea can still be put in.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I maybe bit off a little bit more than I can chew with this picture.
Venus says, James Kun, you should tell Cassini about the zoom out plus big brush and shapes while placing initial colors and values and zooming in phases.
Oh, bloody man. Thank you for them biddies.
Venus is using me like a text-to-speech. But
Yeah.
yeah, I get what you're saying, Venus, and I'm just trying to figure out an approach for Cassini that makes sense with the way that he's already doing his rendering, because he's not used to the whole idea of putting down color on his piece to begin with. This is actually very interesting.
I started using color, so I've been drawing since I was very little. Like maybe 5 or 6. I started using color this year. Like I've never had a very good eye for color. Yeah, pretty much everything I've ever done that I've been happy with has been in black and white.
Okay, I'm gonna have to shut down the dual stream on my end, I think, just because it is really lagging my computer. Gonna close this for a second. Everything okay on your end?
Sure. I had to turn the dual stream off because both of ours weren't moving.
Yeah, I think just having your chat up separately would be a good idea. Let me just get my music back on. But sometimes my Chrome just starts eating up my memory. Also, I'm missing my chat if there is any chat. Sorry about that, guys. Let me quickly get this back up and running. Okay, I have my chat back, I think. We're good. Nobody say anything dirty, please, because I'm not reading chat. Don't get too naughty.
Using OBS or OBS Studio?
OBS.
I wish I could just like
Streamlabs, that's the other one. That one actually has like the chat built in to the stream thing, which is pretty useful.
You actually use a third-party app for it. That's a lot easier than what I'm using right now. I have one already that I used to mod for. But there we go. I have my chat open. Cassini, I'm gonna hope that you stay responsible for your own chat, right?
Yeah.
Bloody Wing is screaming vulva. Who says vulva?
Vulva.
But yeah, so what Venus is talking about, Cassini, is the way that she starts a lot of the portraits is that she starts super zoomed out and super blurry, and she tries to make sure that her values read well before she goes in. And it works really well for me as well now that I started implementing it, but I'm a little concerned about how well it might work for you based on the way that you like to paint. But this entirely depends on one thing, which is, are you like willing to be really uncomfortable for like 2 weeks?
I mean, if it helps, right? Why not?
People in my chat going crazy. But that might be a really good idea, honestly.
Yeah.
That might
I
help you a lot.
think Venus has probably brought up a very good point.
Go ahead then.
I should be watching more videos on color theory.
Oh yeah. I have a few on the Discord if you want to check those out on Marco Bucci. Like that dude single-handedly turned my color game around to making a lot more sense to me.
I think I've maybe reached the point where just winging it isn't going to be enough at this point.
Probably not. But it's all like contextual as well. I mean, you need to have done a certain amount by yourself for things to make sense. So I would definitely recommend looking at the videos and seeing if things make sense. But if not, then maybe just working a bit more on things would make it seem a bit more contextualized.
Yeah.
Okay, let me add in some darker values. I want your stream to be open.
Where is that?
10 minutes of better painting? Yeah, this is the series that I've been falling in love with. It's so good.
Shouldn't be doing that.
I mean, don't be afraid to ask if you're worried about something. Like, ask your chat.
No, it's my pen. Like, I'm pushing this down as hard as I can right now. Like it. I think my pen might actually just be fucked.
What are you working on today, by the way, Vini? How's the underwater piece treating you? Also, will you be looking for a replacement, Cassini?
When I can afford one, yeah.
What you in the market for?
I have no idea. Something that works and something that's cheap. Yeah, it just seems to be like no matter, okay, I put a ton of pressure on the pen and it's like I'm not putting any pressure on it at all.
I got things like opacity and everything maxed out inside the software.
Yeah, opacity is at 100%.
Something you could potentially try is you take a nail clipper or something that's like a pair of tweezers and you pull out the nib entirely and reinsert it.
I already did that. I did that at the beginning of the stream.
Did that help?
Nope. Do it again.
I must have done that almost every stream when my tablet was fucking up. Before I got the new one.
Oop. Oh, God, I have a very squeaky chair.
This is so awkward to draw it in that angle. I'm gonna just switch over.
Oh God, right now.
But I definitely think watching color theory helps a lot. It's really been really useful for me. Been a huge game changer.
In hindsight, I probably should have done that before I started doing this.
I mean, there's no harm in just trying things out for yourself. I think there's value to be done in both. I mean, nobody's learned color theory just by watching videos, and nobody's learned it just by trying to paint. It's a mix of both, always. And I think doing it this way might be even smarter, because now you know there are certain things you have trouble with, like you know where the pitfalls are. So it might help you a lot when it comes to figuring out what to pay attention to, especially. You'll find that it's a lot of information, like a huge amount of information.
Is that who won? Is that how you pronounce it?
Huyon, yeah.
Huyon? Ooh. Not bad. Like, I want one with a screen, but I know I don't need one with a screen, so I'm probably not going to get one with a screen.
I mean, a lot of good artists don't use a screen. I was lucky as fuck to get one with a screen.
Yeah, like I don't think I need one. Like I don't think it's really going to improve my work any. Well,
Definitely,
much
I
at
did.
all,
I made garbage before and I made garbage after, and tablet didn't really matter. Like some of my worst drawings of this year have been made with this tablet. Also some of my best, but that's got nothing to do with the tablet. That's the point. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Something that works is infinitely better than what you have already, right?
Yeah.
Maybe try to sort out the driver issue in the meantime.
Yeah. Like honestly, I need a go light. Like if you check out my stream, my screen at the moment,
Let me see.
this is the problem that I'm having.
Go on.
So you see where my color is, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is why I decided to teach them a lesson.
That's not good.
That's what I'm getting, and then it'll kick in, and then it's gone again.
Yeah, that's a problem. Hey Jennifer, how's it going, buddy? We are currently in the middle of a duel stream. I'm trying to help my buddy Cassini get better at color. He's trying to help me get better at stuff as well. So if you want to watch his stream as well, because we're doing the same reference.
I might tap out in a minute if this tablet continues on the way that it is going. It is going to end up in the bin.
I can fully relate to the situation. Don't worry about it. You take a judgment call.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop out for now. I need to get some food as well anyway, because it's, I mean, what's it's 9 o'clock and I have not eaten today.
Go ahead, man.
That's probably a good thing to do. Oh, I don't know. Problem is, I think the nib on my pen is broken, but it's not. So it's not a problem with the saturation. It's a problem with the pressure that I'm putting on it. Like I put as much pressure as I can, and it's like I'm not putting any at all. I'm trying to find a good example. So if I run the brush with my mouse, it looks like that. It's a big solid black. But when I do it with my tablet, like that, I don't think. Yeah, like I would have to go super dark with the colors, and then go over them like 50 times for it to actually look half decent, which incredibly frustrating. But
yeah, and also yes, Jennifer, I can see messages in both chats, and it is very cool. I really like using it. Whenever we dual stream, we usually use Rabbit. I'm sorry, we usually use this.
even though it's
cat graph.
been like forever since we did a dual stream.
I mean, not for lack of trying, it wasn't.
Yeah, all right, whatever. Well, I'll tell you what. If I fix this in the future, we can finish our poison ivies. How's that?
Fair enough.
I will make an on-stream promise that we'll do another dual stream, and I'll finish my poison ivy.
You know that poison ivy pieces? I felt so bad about how bad my profiles were from that piece that I did profile studies for 10 days after that every single day.
Really?
But I thought my profile looked like garbage.
See, I was actually really happy with the line work that I did on mine. I just wasn't happy with the color. Yeah, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save this because I haven't done that yet. Which problem that I have, that I suffer from.
A good idea.
I'm just gonna quickly relaunch Krita and see if that helps.
Sometimes it helps me a lot when the sensitivity just dies entirely. I'm focusing a little bit too much on the minutiae here. But how's it going, Giant Far? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing alright.
Oh. Alright, let's give this another go.
Space, see how's it going?
Still not working.
Still fucked?
It is still fucked. I'm gonna duck out stream for this evening. but I will be back at some point. Probably I'll probably be back on tomorrow. I suspect because I have a box of computer things that I left at my mum's house.
Right.
And I'm 100% convinced that there is a pack of nibs for my pen in there.
Definitely worth exploring.
So I'm going to go to my dear old mummy's house after work tomorrow, see if I can pick those up.
Sounds good.
Either that or I just cave and buy a new one. Which, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that until easily end of next month.
Well, I hope it doesn't come to that.
Samesies. But anyway, yes, I will drop out now, and I wish you a good rest of your stream.
Sure, man. Thanks.
I'm even gonna raid you. How's that?
Don't do that. Raid somebody else. Because the majority of people watching you are also watching me, and you probably need the exposure anyway. Raid Kate's streaming right now.
Who's
Okay.
on? Oh, she is?
Yeah. Also tell her that I'm sorry that I'm not modding right now, because her stream's all over the place. I just don't know when she's streaming. But how's it going, Spacey? Good to see you.
I never know how to spell her name.
It's B-E-L-L 4 T-R-I-X-X.
Oh, it's the 4. That's what does me.
Yeah, because she's a edgelord.
Bell. 4.
You know why that's her name? It's because she plays Dead by Daylight with that same name. It's her gaming name.
Is it after Harry?
Yeah, it's after Bellatrix Lestrange from Harry Potter.
Is it bad that I knew who Bella the streamer was before I knew who Bellatrix the Harry Potter character was?
Yeah, virgin points deducted.
It deducted. Okay, that's good.
Alright, man. You have a good one.
Anyway, yes, I'm gonna duck out, but bye everybody.
Everybody say goodbye to Cassini.
Bye
Oh,
bye everybody.
never gonna see him again.
Yeah, I'm gonna raid and then I'm gonna turn my stream off.
Alright, peace, man.
And then I'm still gonna be on TeamSpeak.
Alright, sure, I'll catch you right after my stream.
It's gonna immediately ruin the
The illusion. Nah, I'll just duck out before that happens. Alright, see you, man.
Disconnected.
Alright, cool. Now it's just me and you, chat. Me and you. Also, Spacey, how's it going, buddy? Haven't seen you in a bit. When I'm in a bit, I mean since the last stream. I hope you're doing okay. And Giantfur says, me good, did a tasteful lunch and I'm feeling like going to chill and maybe sleep. Dude, that sounds awesome. Sounds super relaxing. Most of your mates here know Bellatrix too? Absolutely, they know. But since we like to support our friends over here, in case their friend Bloody Wing, I'm a raider. Like if Beanie was streaming, I would raid Beanie. If you were streaming, I would raid you. Hope you read my advice on the nibs? Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, his chat's probably going to be still open. And I have the chat open as well, so I can just tell him off the stream. Don't worry about it, it did not fall onto deaf ears. I'll make sure of it. But I hope you guys are doing alright. Hope things are going alright with you. I think we could have afforded to go a little bit redder with our shadows, but I don't think we're there yet when it comes to this value. We can actually go a little bit more red with this value at some points. Something like this maybe. Just really play with the values. That's something that Beanie does, or at least Beanie advised me to do a while ago. Don't stick with the values with the in the reference. Play with the values. Make the values yours. If Beanie tells me something, then I'm going to be eating that advice for the rest of my life. You best believe that. How about the rest of you? How's Bloody Wing's titties coming along? Hope you're drawing some tasteful tasteful loots, as they usually are. So our values are looking pretty okay on this piece. Just fiddling around with some things. We have a huge problem with the negative spacing in this piece. Like, for example, the distance between the eyes and the side of the head needs to be severely adjusted. Something that I haven't been paying too much attention to. But we do want to be modifying that just a little bit, so everything makes a little bit more sense. So how are we going to do that is a big question. So I need to do a lot of adjustments here to make sure this fits. So this entire region needs to go a bit down and to the left. So how will we solve this issue? Because I think it's a pretty glaring issue, and I think our piece will benefit from us fixing the proportional error. So we should definitely be thinking about trying to fix that. So maybe we use a lasso tool. Maybe a lasso around this entire area. And I know this might be somewhat scary, but we are not going to be too worried about the fear factor of this. And we want this to be pretty accurate, so therefore we're just going to lasso around this area, be pretty haphazard with it, and we're going to bring it a little bit down. We're going to try and shape it depending on exactly what we're missing. So I'm going to zoom out for this. And that seems a little bit more right than what I had it, so we'll finish placing it, and then we'll look at the before and after. That's before, and that's after. I think that looks a little bit stronger than what I had it initially. And maybe just a little bit down as well. Just trying to get this silhouette looking fairly fresh. Fairly fancy. Again, I'm going to be playing with this all around the place, but I think this about here might be a positive change. Yeah, we can just leave it here for the time being. Should be alright. Like a mild adjustment there. We fill in the gaps wherever we need to. Here and there. Get rid of some of the spacing up here we don't need. We were putting in these highlights for the hair. It's good enough, but I think that adjustment was probably positive. Maybe a little bit inaccurate, but we don't have to particularly care too much about the accuracy of it. I think we're okay. I do want to combine this shape though. I'm all about that shape combining these days. So before I was super ambiguous when it came to this whole neck placement of the value here, but these days, since I'm all about this shape merging idea, I tend to just unify that entire value, and I think it looks nice. I really do like the way it looks. That is a thing that we're playing with. Moving further, we can put in some idea of the shapes up here, the eye. Moving down with this lovely dark value, signifying the top of the eyelid. This I think is the socket of the eye itself. It's actually a part of the skull. An interesting piece of advice that I've learned about drawing eyebrows is that people make the mistake of following the eye when it comes to eyebrows, not following the shape of the skull or the eye socket itself. I thought was curious because it's not something I really thought about before, but it seems to be indeed correct. If you want a general rule of things, I do like that idea. Okay, so just some mild corrections here and there. Think about the spacing between the bridge of the nose and the beginning of the eye. It seems to have this sort of space between it, so we don't have to really care about that. Something like this will read okay for the time being. They're back having some Twitch problems? No problem, I hope they get resolved duly. We can think about strengthening the shadow right underneath the lip, because we want this to somewhat be in accordance with the bottoms of the chin. So that seems to be a similar value. The chin might be actually a little bit small here, but I don't really care about how small the chin is, because I want it to be small in general. I'm not too worried about the accuracy of that. What about the nose? Is the nose placed in a manner that I like? Maybe it's a bit too pointed. Can go a bit more inward. Also, since the background is blue, I want to be thinking about bringing in some blue here and there if I can. Might be a fun idea. Is Birth of Venus still around? She might be. Say her name 3 times and she will appear. I think the song is from Chrono Trigger. It might be. The Ian is in love too? Absolutely, man. You're perfectly right. But since we are going iteratively, and I'm terrified of ears, we'll be dealing with that in due time. I'm just gonna get my silhouette right. But right you are. Ear certainly does require some assistance. But how cool is that you're in class and stuff for all these art-related things? I think that's awesome. I always wanted to go to art school. Living that dream. Are you curious about the type of tablet that she recommended? She's also at work, by the way, Cassini, so very possible that she's in the middle of something important. What's it about though? Maybe I can help you. Link to the playlist.
Venus, come over here, says the text-to-speech engine with his robotic voice.
I'm gonna ready to wipe my chat. Shit. Also, you don't store WADs, right? So you won't have the information there. That sucks. She might have it on our Discord. I can check after stream if you'd like. But I know which video she linked initially. I can give you that video. There you go, buddy. I think Bonnie just raided Kate. Just speaking over that stream, seeing if we have a mod in there. And it seems like mocap is doing something over there, so I think we're pretty good in that respect. I want to bring in some sort of darker value in the background here, just to distinguish from all of this nonsense happening over here. I'll watch these as I cook and eat. Yeah, I watch these all the time, multiple times as well. There's just so much condensed information. But I fully embrace the bootster right now. Sorry, hi. Don't worry about it, Beanie. I know you're working right now. But Cassini has some questions. Cupasa Mufasa. What the hell, meaning?
Makes me desperately alone.
What the hell? On my playlist, one sec. Awesome. My boy doesn't have his stream saving yet, so he lost his chat when he raided Kate. And Walter's bang on the money, man. I gotta really focus on these fucking ears at some point, right? Like dancing around it as if I know what I'm doing. Everybody's gonna be focusing on this one right now. Let me just save this playlist. Oh, hi Psyker, how's it going? Vinny, do me a favor. Could you post that on the Discord as well? I'll do it as well. If actually no, you're in work. I'll do it. I'll do it after stream. Chill, chill. Leave it to me. I got it. Do you have a food that you don't like? You can do it. Even if you can't, I'll do it after stream. Don't you worry about it. Don't hassle yourself. I'm just really happy that you're here. A food that I don't like. I mean, I can tell you a lot of Indian foods I don't like particularly, but I don't think that might make much sense to you. I'm not the biggest fan of ice cream. I don't really like eating ice cream. The CC for that Psycho video at the start. I haven't checked it. What does it say? I like getting these really desaturated edge notes on the hair when I can. So if I can, I shall. Cynics talks about this hair all the time, trying to get the hairline to match up with a more realistic understanding.
That's rough, buddy.
I'm surprised you spotted that. It's crazy. Hope the connection works. No, I hope so too, man. I'd miss your face in my chat. Hey everyone, Psycho Ass here. I like Psycho a lot. Psycho is Bubble Bay. Okay, we're just putting down some values over here. We're going to start refining our idea pretty soon in terms of proper placement. It seems to be coming together fairly well right now. It is indeed coming together. I want this area to be super saturated dark. I'm gonna run. Bye bye everyone, thanks for stopping by. See you, Cassini. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for streaming with me. Hope you have a good meal. We can darken up these shadows over here because we know that the stranding on top of this is going to be what defines this area. So if that's going to be the case, then the stranding needs to go on top of an area of occlusion, because the stranding is going to be a light value, the occlusion is going to be a dark value, obviously. So I like putting in this dark value right now. Seems like a good idea. Take care, Cassini. Yeah. Okay, let's sort out this ear situation before we move any further. So we did do our ear studies. We have finished our homework, so technically, on a strictly technical basis, we should know how to do ears, correct? Okay, so with that understanding, with that lie that we just told ourselves, let's move forward and try to do some semblance of the ear. So we had some takeaways, right? So what's the biggest takeaway? I would say the biggest takeaway is this why understanding, right? Every ear has like a why we need to search for. Not every ear, but most ears that we did in our study day. So here's the why right here, if you didn't see it already. It's like, you can't see the why part of it, but it is like a curved why. So I'm gonna put that in the beginning, as best as I can. So what about the silhouette of the ear before we do anything else? Does that match up? Is that okay? Maybe we can do with some refinement, right? More ear-like silhouette. Could it possibly be better? Something like this perhaps is more superior to what understanding we had before. So now we put in the ear maybe. Or the Y of the ear. And the Y of the ear forms this cavity over here, where the eardrum happens. And we need to leave a lot of space in here. That's another takeaway from our ear studies. We said we want to keep a lot of space in the bottom flap of the ear. Because we were, at least in my studies, that was a mistake I was constantly making. This is where doing studies sort of helps out. Just a wee little bit. I want to redden up this area. Because again, the ears oftentimes are pretty goddamn full of blood, especially when you're all bashful and stuff. Your ears get all hot because of all the blood that rushes to it. Why, baby rage? It could very well be possible that we need to lower down the overall value of these brights. But maybe I'll just try and include them as highlights maybe. And just darken around them. An idea. We'll try and get the general silhouette of this fairly down. I'm going to sample some colors off of the rest of my piece to try and make it fit, because I don't want to pick an entirely new palette just for the ears. That seems a little bit silly. Okay, what about the interface between the ear and the face? Seems a lot more squarish in the reference, so we can square it out here as well. Easy piece. Okay, take our dark red value. Start darkening this motherfucker up. Something like this would do. I'm gonna put in some of these shadow values over here, so it makes some sense in certain areas. Again, put in these dark values over here, so that part makes sense. But again, what we want to be trying to render properly is the Y. I'm gonna flip the canvas. I like just doing this occasionally. Something I found that's really weird when I flip canvases when I'm doing it without lines is that it looks fine when I flip it without lines, generally speaking, but it really looks weird when I flip it with lines. I don't really know what that is. I'm not entirely sure why that is the case. Maybe I'm a lot more symmetrical when it comes to lines, I don't know. Still yet to figure out exactly why that is the case. I certainly am not complaining. Still, relatively speaking, of course, it's still janky as hell. But a little bit less janky than it would be is the important distinction. Okay, we're starting to get some ear-like features in. Some eerie features. Hey.
Listen, man.
Looks nice and warm, like it should. Get these little bumps in here. I don't know who exactly gave us this idea of bumps in here. It might have been Guitarra. Might have been Maddie or Velocity. Somebody that did the studies did the bumps, and I thought the bumps were a really good idea. Eerie. Yeah. What I was going for. I gotta renew my subscription to Mia. I hope she makes a bunch of connections and stuff. I hope everybody does, honestly, in TwitchCon. Hope everybody networks like hell and gains like a bunch of contacts and does like crazy things coming back from TwitchCon. Because I think networking is a huge thing in TwitchCon. You get to meet these people face to face that you usually wouldn't get to have like the time of day with. And I hope that it helps a lot of my friends on here. An exciting prospect, definitely. I think at this point I want to save a copy of my current layer so I have a gauge on whether or not I'm ruining things, because I have most of my basic elements already done. At this point I can start fiddling around with things. But I hope that commission's going okay, Vital. And I hope work is going okay for you, Venus. You finish early, girl. Have plenty of time to come back and make wonderful, beautiful pieces of art. As you do. Everybody else in chat, thank you so much for lurking. Appreciate you. All still support, all still helps. It's going okay. I'm glad it is. Didn't hear the second part? I think I said something about I hope that you get home soon so you can start making your beautiful pieces of art. Something like that. Something stupid. That's everything that I say, right? But I mean well. I hope that's translated. I'll fix this whole nose situation. Missing some defining values here. I'm just working from La Casa. Convenient. Work is always kind of poopy, but when you can do it from your pajamas, makes it a little bit better. Might have been a positive change right there. I'm gonna speckle the edge of these eyebrows with like a mildly saturated, oh, like desaturated blue color. I think that's a good idea because I want to fade this edge into the blue. Bucci, the Bootster, talks about 3 types of edges in every painting. You got hard edges, you got soft edges, and you got lost edges, and I want to put in some lost edges in the painting. Also, the eye, in fact, is not really fully closed here. It turns out to be mildly open. Well, I might want to put in some provision for that to even make some sense in the piece. Again, whole idea of like linking shapes, right? I do like the idea of linking shapes. I think it looks really good when it's done right. And it can look really bad when it's done wrong. But I still want to attempt it at every juncture that I see that I can do it. I want to try and do it just a little bit. I'm trying to link the shapes here. This might be a positive change, it might not be. I don't know, I think the jury's still out on that. We will see. We will keep it in this manner for the time being, and we will see what happens. Seems okay. I want to strengthen this shape over here just a little bit. It seems just like really ambiguously placed. So we can strengthen the shape here. Just say it's something like this. Depicting the jaw. Going back. I think these are all positive changes. But not so defined because it is still feminine. I want to cut back on that a little bit. Her ear is in such a weird angle. I know, it's really messing with me. I'm just going to leave it there for the time being and not touch it, you know? It's going to be like the sacred uncharted grounds that no child is supposed to venture into. We had another study a while ago. It had a similar problem. Only that girl's ear was super small. I think some people in here might remember that study that we did. But it was just like the weirdest thing. Like she had like minuscule ears. It's so weird. I think naturally this sits cute on her head. Maybe, you know? I wouldn't doubt it. It is a little bit strange. Man, I'm gonna have to do feather rendering. The dark territory. Yeah, everything the light touches is yours. But you must never go into this place. But what about the dark place, Daddy? No, you little shit. Be happy with what you got. You're ruining half a kingdom. What the hell? Why do you want some crummy elephant graveyard? What's wrong with you? Watching too much animal TV is the problem. Oh, this is a painting. How can Sim be emo if he can't go to the graveyard? I know. It's not him. It's not for him to be emo. It's not in his character, Venus. He's like the pretty boy toy lion. What's that guy's name? Kobu? Konzu? Klombu? Who's the Scar's son? That guy is the emo. He's like the bad boy. He's the one that you want to intermingle with. Kombu? I think Kombu is like seaweed, isn't it? I'm definitely fucking that up. Kovu, there you go. Sorry, it's been a while. Been a while, second language, I'm sorry. This is going okay. Nothing impressive. Nothing terrible. It's just okay. You're confusing it with Pumba? No, I'm confusing it with Japanese kombu. It's like seaweed that you put in ramen to make it taste delicious. So good. Putting the shape down. Oh yeah, we need to be a little bit more mindful, right? We did nose studies the other day, and we said that we gotta be super mindful about exactly how we put in this nostril. Let's be super mindful, let's focus. All join hands in a seance. Try to commune with the nose spirits. Perhaps they can provide us some insight. I kind of procrastinated for an hour or two, so now I'm rushing through facial expressions for the cat check so my client can decide on which one. Then I can start the final piece. I mean, I am a college student, so I'm an expert in procrastinating. What, the deadline's on Friday? 12 o'clock? Well, I'll be working on it from Friday 9 o'clock. I think we've all been here. But I hope you get it done. To your satisfaction. Wish you good luck, my brother. You know what I want to do? I want to darken up this area over here with a nostril because I want to get that outline in. That sick outline. I kind of want it here. And then I'll lighten it up later. Do that, and then I get the light value back in here. So now I have this little outline around it. This looks a lot more natural, I think. I want to fuse the shape, I think. We're all about the shape fusion, aren't we? May as well just fuse that shape casually. And we can double down on this shape over here, which is saying where the nostril is supposed to go. So we can darken that value and put in a triangular shape, something like this perhaps. Artists are great at procrastinating. I think people in general are really good at procrastinating. Simply a human trait, right? Gotta fight it. Gotta fight it off. I'm gonna fight it off. And I get this nagging shape up here. What is the shape describing? The shape is describing the bridge of the nose. The shadow it creates, I guess. So maybe in a face straight on, it would be this part. So we're doing this area right now. I think this is what we're doing right now. That's why it's in a darker value. I can fight it off, it's too strong. I cannot do it. I believe in you, buddy. Believe in the heart of the cards. You can do it. Dig deep. Dig deeper than you've ever done before. You have the energy, you have the will, you have the knowledge. You can do it. We're rooting for you, man. Take my energy. So we're getting overcomplicated in this region. Why are we getting so overcomplicated, I must ask? It is but a simple region. So when we are overcomplicated, what we do is we simplify the form. Because this is way too unnecessarily muddled up for it to be part of our image. So we just simplify it. That's all we do. Make sure the interface is nice, clear, and readable. Does not have to be that complicated. It can just remain simple. I think that looks way better. I'm a little bit concerned about this value over here. This needs to be changed somewhat. So what is this describing really? It's describing the curvature around the eye, right? So maybe we can think about doubling down on this shape over here. But we know that this shape over here will curve around the eye, like this. Means that this needs to point a little bit more down. I work better when the deadlines are 2 hours away. I don't think I work better, but I think it's the only way I do work. I got problems. Like after today's stream, I'm gonna have to write like 1,000 words for a presentation I need to give later tomorrow. This is the life we live. Such as things. Plus, I'm never afraid of writing. Writing doesn't scare me. I ain't afraid of no words. Whoa, 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 what am I doing? Simplify, buddy, slow down. Slow down and simplify. Think about what you're doing. Be mindful. Be mindful about the painting. What are you trying to say here? You're trying to say there's a highlight here, buddy? Alright, fine. Maybe there is a highlight, but why don't you link that highlight with things that are existing on the canvas, huh? Don't put in random values. Maybe you don't need them. I look better under pressure, to be honest. I think me too, because I don't know any alternative personally. 1,000 words are easy, plus it is a presentation, add those and words. Now, the professor that's going to be grading us is actually super strict about the grammar, but also the brevity. But these are things that I'm never afraid of. I think I write very well, so I'm fine. Not to like jerk myself off too hard on my own stream, but I do think I have strengths in life, and that's one of them. Oh, what? We're on shape linking, right? So why don't we just link this shape over here? I see a lovely shape that we can put in here, which is over here. Like so. You get a value, and you get a value, and you get a value. Everybody gets a value. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Kappa. Kappa indeed. Kappa no. Kappa space? Wait, was that? Kappa face no space? I don't even know what that is. I forget. Wait till I'm out of date with my memes, dude. I need to get a meme refresher. Give me a fresh shot. Straight into the vein. That's cool. Looks a little bit weird right now, but it looks cool. Because I need to add a couple more values in here. I really like that picture. Do you? I'm glad. I think it's coming along. Whoops. What was that? Quick before the hyenas come. I like how bold I'm getting with this whole idea. I think that's what linking shapes is kind of giving me. It's like emboldened approach to try and really put down some value. And also be mindful while I'm doing that. Be a little bit more sensible, a little bit more judicious. More tentative moving forward. One of these nice words that don't really mean anything. Also, my Krita's not lagging as much because I don't actually have anything open in the background. It sucks if anybody comes into streaming and be like, oh, what do you draw? And I'd be like, check out my Instagram. That kind of sucks when you have to say that because you want to keep as little burden on the viewer as possible. Otherwise, like, they'd be like, check out your Instagram, fuck you. Who are you to tell me to check out your Instagram? Your work's nearly not that good, buddy. Calm down. What the response is going to be like. I want a bit more of a pinkish, I think, on the forehead. Forehead, Jesus. I want just a little bit more pink, which means I need to go a little bit more in the red region. Something like this, you know? A very slight change, maybe a bit more saturation. Why don't you just have your IG open? I guess that's a good idea. Instead of the actual painting? Yeah, you're probably right. I need to set up my screen capture properly. Because right now my screen capture captures just everything. I need to configure that. But you are indeed rectamundo, my friend. This gives me Minecraft cave vibes. I was just thinking about the same thing. This gives me a bit of a C418 vibe. Let's do a value shift here. We don't need to change the actual value, but I think we need to change the color to make it a lot more red. Tara coming in hot and spicy. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Your day's going okay. This started out as a dual stream with my boy Cassini. But he had to head out, so it's just me. That's okay. I know how much you miss him and love him. I know how much he means to you. Hope this will suffice. We'll scratch that itch. Does sound like Minecraft? A little bit, right? We can tend to be a little bit more bold about our values down here, maybe. Moving down, we can have a solid block of values right here. We can have these values over here terminate like this. We can make an interesting shape out of it. There you go. References, as always, available on the Discord. This one was selected by Cassini. Since he opened up his stream before mine and he said that he wanted to improve, so I said, hey, okay, sounds good. Let us do it together, my friend. I think that went out pretty successfully. I had a good time anyway. That's what matters. But if you want to know what the playlist I'm using is, I'm just streaming off of YouTube. This is a playlist that Steph uses. Let's name that girl. Uses a lot. Speaking of which, Steph is going to be in TwitchCon. How cool is that? The answer is very. Thank you very much. I want to add some blues. into the skin over here. I think adding some blues over here would be nice. So by blues, I mean I'm going to add a slightly desaturated red. I'm just going to read slightly bluish. So I have been using red all this time. Because I just think that's a good decision to make overall. Is she going to use her mask on TwitchCon too? I think so, for the most part. But I don't know, honestly, I haven't asked. But she is doing a maskless stream at the end of this month, so she's not super concerned about her appearance or her identity or whatever. Obviously she still cares about it for her streaming setup and everything, but not the biggest deal if people see her face or whatever. There's only so far you can hide such things anyway. I do like this blue in here. What a creepy, creepy blue. I'm a fan. Let's add that a little bit more, shall we? Let's play with that blue. Just a little bit more in certain places on the piece. I think it's a good idea. Be a little bit bold. Let's be wild and let's be bold. Reading the signs of my body. B-wing up in here. B-wing. Good to see you, buddy. I've been here for a while. Does that mean I'm not gonna greet him? Hell no. That's not how we do. Simply not how we do. Now, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. A no-mask stream? Is this even real life? Yeah, hell yeah. How are things? Things are going pretty well. We just finished a little bit of a duel stream with my buddy Cassini. And we are just continuing to finish the piece as much as we can before we end stream, which is probably going to be pretty soon. I have some work that I want to finish later today. So I want to give myself some time to be able to do that and also play some Overwatch as well. So we might be ending stream pretty soon, but I'm doing alright, Nuts. Thank you for asking, and thank you for stopping by as well. I hope you are doing okay, my friend. Hope things are going all right for you. Over on your end. Care about you. So lovely, lovely, lovely to see you. I'm going to use a bit of blue from the background to round out this nose. I've been experimenting with using the background color just a little bit more lately, because if I was to say that this girl is standing in a blue environment, surely there would be a mild amount of reflectivity, right? Because skin is not reflective particularly, it's very matte, but I can get away with some of these kind of notes, I guess, here and there. Doing good, thank you. Glad to hear you're doing good. Sorry to hear that the stream is ending soon. Now I'll take that back that I'm doing good. I'm doing terrible now. Okay. I don't know what I'm saying. Don't worry, I got you. I got you. I got you. I know what you're saying. You're speaking my language. Pretty good. That kind of looks pretty cool, right? We're doing an okay job. But yeah, lovely to see you, my friend. Lovely to what did I even say just now? Let's just say I said lovely to see you, because that's what I wanted to say. I'm a bit razzle-frazzle right now, because I'm trying to work with color, and as usual, working with color is difficult. I'm just checking my uptime. 3 hours bang on, holy shit. You win a prize. Me taking off my shirt. It's gone. Gotta believe me. Ooh. How pretty. Drawing is fun, man. I enjoy drawing. When asked me if you didn't enjoy it, then why would you be streaming? But I do a lot of things in my life that I don't enjoy doing. Forever in your pants? Hell yeah. I get worried sometimes if I don't feel you though, but you're usually just hanging around. I'm your nuts after all, exactly. You get me? I'm thinking about how to handle this particular shape over here. Curiouser and curiouser. So what is hanging around here? It's my nuts, Zeus. My nuts are hanging around. I mean, I'm coming up in the ages, right? So nuts over here is becoming lower and lower. It's simply a fact of life. You may laugh at it, but it's no laughing matter. How's it going, sis? I'm hanging from bread's crow. Okay. Alright. Alright, there goes the subtlety. How's it going, Sus Machine? Good to see you. Big shout out to Sus. The legendary Sus Hype creator. Future famous book best-selling artist. Crazy person. Twitch personality. Just an overall star in my book. My girl Sus Machine. So lovely to see you. Thank you for bringing your people over the last stream. That was very, very sweet of you. I do appreciate it. I'm making bread, embarrassed when Sus. Listen, alright? Listen. Nobody's embarrassed over here. But I gotta be professional when my heroes are in my chat, alright? Thank you for the shout out. Pleasure was all mine. Oh, look at you being so polite. To add a little bit of a highlight down here. Just a little bit, just a smidge, just a hint of a highlight. A trickle. A minuscule amount, just a quibble, a quiescent amount, just a mild undernote of a highlight. All we need to make an impression. But how's it going, sis? What are you occupying yourself with right now? How are things with you going? Enough about me talking, as if I'm somebody important. How are things going with you? Been having a rough day with food, microwave chicken leg with sweet chili sauce. Thinking of going for something more tasty tomorrow? Yeah, treat yourself. Get something nice.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this, but who did it is the question. Who is the man that perpetrated this particular event? Who could it be? Who is this person that I see, from who I will never flee? I would climb you up and down like a tree. I don't think I have you on here. Leodia, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you, friend. We are in the middle of doing one of our many studies on the stream. We are primarily a study-based stream. All we do here is study. All we do is to try and improve on artwork. Study, study, study. That's the motto of this stream. If that is something that interests you, if you personally would like to take part in studies, to try and ask questions, to try and improve your work, this is something that we very much do encourage in our community, and we would love if you would join us on the Discord and other things. But if you're not into art, you're just here to look at the drawing or to interact with me in the chat, that's perfectly fine as well. Very good to see you. Hello, nice drawing. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Very kind of you to say. We are just going through it. Together we will complete it. Making the last check for the book right now. Awesome. Very nice. You feed me literally, so yeah, nuts is very generous. But I hope you're doing alright. Leo dear, hope I'm getting the name right as well. We are missing some highlights here and there. But nothing too serious. Thank you for the links to the Discord. I'll just darken up some of these values here and there just so it reads the way it needs to read. I'm missing some highlights, especially on the lip, and I want to darken up the eyebrows as well. These are some things that we're going to do pretty soon. Get this dark value in the lip, just because, as we discussed earlier, this lip occlusion is pretty strong in most places, so I don't mind going extra overboard with trying to depict that said occlusion. You're probably just too drunk to remember a couple of donations yesterday. I could only buy you microwavable chicken wings. I believe Finland is expensive now. Skin tone is really good. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Very nice of you to say. If you want to see what we were doing the other day, I can show you that as well. Hopefully I can open this without crashing my Krita. I should have probably saved before I did it, but then I'm not a smart man. Wait, not this. This you've already seen. Where is this? Is it Sasa or Asasa? Because I don't know how to name my images. Oh, here it is. It's Asasa. We did this yesterday. I think it came out pretty cool. I like it. It was a good study. We did spend a long time on stream, and a lot of it was not painting. Banned. These butts are not bannable. Are you kidding me? These are perfectly fine to be on stream. That turned out nicely. Thank you. I think it did as well. Thank you for the kind words. I'm pretty happy with that. If I'm allowed to be. Certainly do appreciate it. I don't want to be going for too much longer here. However, I do want to get some value down on this lip here to make it read a little bit more pink. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to be doing that. What is the local value? I don't need to go that much actually. I just have to go a little bit more in this direction to get the pink. And there we go. There it is. Avla fitta! Yes, really nice background colors give me this awesome Swedish vibe for some reason, really. Yeah, I think that came out pretty well. I chose the background color because of the skin color and the orange. Same way over here, I chose the background color specifically because it was this kind of skin tone. I didn't want to choose a warm color for the background. It didn't make much sense to me. I agree with Stu's. How's it going, Studio? Or NTA, as you are popularly known as around these parts. Very good to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I've heard this song before, but another version of it. Yeah? I hope you like it. It's indeed what's playing right now. Hey, what is this? Warmer lights? Cooler lights? Warmer lights, right? How is it called? Mittens, Tired of Love. It's the current song. Oops. Pause my preview there. I don't know much Swedish or Norwegian. I know Norwegian word for Swedish. Sorry, Swedish word for Norwegian is norsk. And then I don't know too much else. Like, I know surströmming. Surströmming. Something like that, right? Just popped in for a few seconds. I appreciate that. Kind of you to do. You didn't have to do that, but you did it for me. And I appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. I am kind of regretting some of these blue values over here. I might change them to get some pretty out from my eyes before I sleep. That's very kind of you to say. We have a wonderful rest. I know I stream a little bit late for some of you guys. Especially some of you SUS viewers. Because I think SUS is in the same time zone as me. And most of SUS's viewers are not degenerates. They usually go to sleep at regular times, regular human being times. We have to adjust this thing up here. It's okay. I think it's alright. We can actually extend the shape of this bottom lip over here to encapsulate the bottom of the lip here. Really sell the idea of it being three-dimensional. Let's flip it. Get like a little bit of a better understanding. It seems like it goes down here and then down there. So we can introduce these ideas. There you go. Looks alright. What about the eye? Is that okay? You're doing an okay job there. ASMR. Does anybody in here like ASMR? Are you fans of it? When I was younger, I liked ASMR sort of things. These days, not so much. I just get a little bit annoyed. Some of these darker values in here. Seems to be okay so far. I would like to link some values up in here. I think I'm not happy with the shapes that I've put here. I do want to link some values. So how do I start doing that? I know there's a value up here. I know there's a value up down here. And I know there's existing values down here as well. There might be a triangle here that I want to put in. Never really got the ASMR feeling. It's like a meridian response, right? That's what it stands for. On the back of the neck. I get that thing a lot, but not with ASMR content. Like if I see something that's really epic, or like really like, I don't know, like really gets my heart beating. That's when I get the feeling. I don't get it when some girl whispers, "I want to experience your deep, dark fantasies." I don't give a shit about that. On my scene, quite honestly. I get it in other parts of my body instead when I see something. Alright, fair enough. Everyone has their own preferences? I think so too. Comes down to what people like. Nobody's worse of a person for liking ASMR. Oh, hello. Whatever makes you happy. I think this shape over here for the highlight can be extended. To encapsulate some detail that we perhaps maybe are missing rather. There we go, getting some ideas here. I do want to include this small detail over here, which will really help sell the eye, I think. This is my favorite highlight in the entire human body. It's a highlight in the corner of the eye. If you're wondering what that part is called, this part of the eye that is. The eye looks like this. Let me lower the thickness of this. So we have an eye, goes all the way down. I'm talking about this highlight over here. That happens over there. So this area over here is called the lacrimal caruncle. If people are wondering. Educational stream. What a stupid name, by the way. Why didn't you call it something decent? Our teacher, Mr. Bread. Yeah, I try. I don't know much, but what I do know, all yours. I do not hold information. Getting these nice, tasty eyelashes. But that name says what it does. Yeah, this is my lacrimal caruncles. But I guess it means tear duct, right? Have epicanthic folds? Epicanthic folds. Yeah? Are you gonna get it treated? And now the age-old question, do I have my eyebrows too high? Always can be the case, always possible. Never, ever believe that I could get this right the first time. Yeah, we'll see. Gotta say, I do like this playlist a lot. Seems revelation. I'm missing a small highlight over here, right? We can actually extend this highlight, cover this. Let's not create new areas of highlight, we will extend existing shapes. This is a fun idea that we've been playing with recently. Seems to be okay so far. Seem to be doing an okay job. Hey, thanks to High Rated Bot. Appreciate you. There we go. Keep going back and forth. Just check if whether or not I'm completely ruining my drawing, and it seems to be okay. We're not completely ruining it, we're just partially ruining it. Okay, so we can add in some of these darker values. Darker values on the other side as well, because we in fact have two eyes. You're not all one-eyed Cyclops monsters. This is not the case. Trust me. It's actually coming out pretty sharp, right? I like it. Also, there's no lined approach, man. What a crazy idea. It's like so surprising that it even works. I can actually do it. Every time I think when I start doing it that I'm going to fail. Every single time. I get this feeling. Oop. This is what I painted 23 years of my life. With using lines. And I've been painting without using lines for the past, I don't know, month. Pretty incredible. Darken this value up. I want to include some of these blues from the background. I think it might look cool. Give it like a painterly effect. You want to see somebody else that did the study with us? Knight Silas, earlier on in the stream, did a really quick drawing of the study. I think that looks really cool. I am a big fan of that. Also, I'm getting a lot faster with this method, I've noticed. Because even while I was pretty slow to start this piece today, I'm catching up really quickly to about where I want to be. Again, merging these shapes, being bold with our shape decisions, all these very, very important things we should be thinking about, we will be thinking about. All of these things happening. Looks good. enjoying myself, which is what's most important. There we go. I want to round out this area just a little bit, so I want to add in some darker value here. Maybe a darkish orange value. And I actually want to bring in some of this dark background here, so I can erase. Goodness me. What was that? An alert of some sound? Some kind? Some description? I'm not entirely sure what it was. I need to look at my screen capture. Holy shit, nuts! You donated $10? What the? Okay, thank you so much. My goodness. Thanks a lot. Holy crap! I don't think anybody's even. I don't even have a sound for that because I forgot I did it. But thank you for the donation, my friend. Holy fuck! That's I think the first donation we've had on the stream. That's crazy. Hey, thanks a ton. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. You're awesome. It's absolutely mental. And thank you so much. A little appreciation, man. You're always so kind and humble, dude. Thank you so much. That's pretty fucking crazy. It's never required. It honestly isn't. I'll manage somehow, no matter what happens on the stream. But I really appreciate the dono, dude. Holy shit, that's fucking crazy. Thank you so much. Holy shit, what the fuck? That's crazy. Thanks a ton, my friend. We are being a little bit random over here. Because I'm a little bit flustered as well because of the donation, but we want to be sensibly strong with our values, right? We don't want to put in random values. I agree. Holy shit! What the fuck? I know, it's crazy. So welcome back, Ellie. Hope that the kid's doing okay. And the study is also going pretty good. But thank you so much again, Nuts. That means a lot to me. A whole heck of a lot to me. Donation? Yeah, Nuts just donated $10. How crazy is that? Just donated $1 million? Oh, she did not. What is this? Wait, what? 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 What the fuck? Oh. That is trippy, I know, what the fuck? Sorry, I forgot there's a button in Krita that does that. I was looking at the manual for a second. I was like, what does this? It's W, by the way. Like, W makes the canvas just spread. I'm literally lying on my keyboard. I'm sorry, Velocity. I hope you're doing okay, buddy. How's the study going, by the way? I know you're doing a study of your own. I do remember you saying something in Cassini's chat about that. Hope that's treating you alright, friend. Looks cool though. I would have that as a wallpaper, would you? Looks okay. Okay, let's just leave the skin for the time being. We can just say we're pretty happy with it. Again, I want to be very specific with my values. I can show you an example where I was not, and it cost me a lot in terms of the piece. Let me quickly put this value in here. But I think I want to be a little bit specific when it comes down to this. Let me see if I can find you that link. It should be somewhere around here. I know for a fact it's on my imager. It's also the first time in my life that I've actually organized my artwork because I've had to. Because I'm just drawing so much these days. And it has been helping a lot. It's been monumentally important. You guys are a lot of motivation when it comes to me wanting to draw. Ooh, for some reason I can't seem to look at my pictures. Wait, I can just get it from my Imager album, no biggie. I did my study of today, nothing I'm proud of. Oh, you should share it though. Tito ate far too much food at the party, so we left early. I hope you're not going to see that food again soon. I hope that she manages to hold it down. But I hope you had fun. Let me see, because I have a very similar picture to this that I did a while ago as part of my value studies. This was like value study episode 2 or something. This will be a very good example to show. Man, that was only 4 weeks ago? Really? It's crazy. So you see this image over here? It's a lot more unsure about exactly where things need to go. Like it's like randomly put in values, and I want to avoid this at all costs because it doesn't read well. Like the hallmark of a good artist definitely will be that you leave some ideas for the artist or for the viewer to see, right? Because you need to leave some work for the viewer to see. So the viewer has to say, okay, maybe this is a three-dimensional shape, maybe it's a two-dimensional shape. That's some work you can leave, but this is way too much work to be leaving to the viewer because it's so unsure about itself. So I want to avoid this at all costs if I can. I want to avoid this idea. Also, I think I've improved a little bit since then. So a good example. I always think about things that I can do better, and that's certainly one of those things. So because I know it doesn't look very good, I have to try and fight the urge to make it look the same. Nice little blast from the past. Like I said before, I think I'm going to be redoing my Kate piece, because I drew Kate as my very first digital painting of this year. I'm going to be doing her as the final color study of this particular season of color studies. I think maybe every time we do a color study we will be finishing it off with a new drawing of Kate. Because first of all, Kate's responsible for me streaming in the first place. And also because she's technically the first thing that I drew coming back into art, on digital at least, so it just makes sense in my head. It's probably who I should be drawing. That is the current idea anyway. Let me add in some of these tips here, onto the eyelashes at least. Added more detail here, because we can't do that right now. It's a bit more of an interesting shape here. I still want to be a little bit careful about my idea of design for these eyebrows. I want to maintain some sort of big, medium, small aspect to these shapes, just to make them seem a little bit more appealing. Seems to be okay. I think I do want to be lowering the size of this just a little bit. Lowering it lengthwise. I think that reads a bit better. Definitely is an improvement, I think. Okay, that reads a lot better. We can keep it that way. Okay, let's do some final things really quickly before we end stream, which is going to be a bit for the hair and a bit for the feather. It's going to be fun. And then we can read Kate. I have a bit of a protein drink on my table. May as well take a swig of that. Oh, Jesus. Oh. That might have gone bad. Oh, Jesus. It was all curdled up. Okay, that may have been a mistake. Did that give me such bad cotton mouth just now? What the hell? It's okay, we will persevere. I'm gonna let a small thing like that poultice. I do want some measure of highlight on the eyebrows, but how much is a question to be asked, and exactly how is also a question to be asked. You don't need to be too specific with the placement, I don't think. Something like that look good. I think this looks fine, but the rest needs to be adjusted for it to make any sense. Just hints of it, perhaps. We don't need to describe the exact shape of the highlights right now, or perhaps even throughout the image, but we just need to inform the eye that it is in fact happening. And I can also choose to darken up this value. Looks okay. There's a dark value over here encircling the eye that I want to put in. There's actually an extension of the darkness of this, so I'm going to join that shape over here. I think that's a pretty cool idea. Again, we're all about this idea of joining shapes when we can. So if I can join a shape, I'm going to join a shape. I mentioned this earlier, but Schmidt, it's Richard Schmidt, talks all about how artists see less of the world, not more. Trying to simplify the approach might indeed result in better artwork. So far has been demonstrated to be a good observation. Everything having a purpose, everything having a reason, everything having a rhythm. All of these things working in tandem for you to see at last, behold before you, something that resembles an idea in real life, be it a woman, a feather, a lock of hair, an eyebrow, all of these different things coming together. The highlight onto the eye. The eye seems a little bit lacking in terms of love at the moment. So you can highlight the eye as it is in the reference, because we are missing that. Of course, do we need to put this in? We don't need to, it still reads as an eye. But I feel like it's a crucial bit of detail that we are missing by not putting it in here. Why not just put it in here? Maybe I want to be a little bit more accurate with my placement. Something I say very often on these streams.
I knew everything about this girl. I knew her favorite color. I knew her favorite food.
Something like this I think is an improvement, definitely. We are doing okay. I'm tempted to put in that shape over there, but it's like it's an important question to ask if I should even do that. Simply because the smaller your brush becomes, you're kind of burdening yourself with the idea that, okay, I need to start putting in brush strokes that small. And having a variation in your size of brush strokes is really important as well. But the smaller it is, you're trying to inform the viewer that there is a degree of detail there that needs to be consistent in the piece, especially in the areas of interest. So it's an interesting back and forth that I can go on. Do I put detail there? Because if I put detail there, that means I need to put detail in a lot more places. Definitely questions that can be asked. I'm going to add in some of the skin value into the hair, because oftentimes it seems like eyebrows float on top of the head, so I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to just use a traditional method of doing this, wherein you kind of blend in just a little bit the idea of the eyebrow. I think these are some positive changes. I'm not very happy with this over here. I think this can be improved. This whole shape definitely can do with some adjustment. Bloody Wings and my emote. How's it going, buddy? What time zone did you say you were in, Bloody Wing? Because you always seem to be on. When I stream, before I stream, after I stream. You just never sleep? Same as you? Oh, Jesus. So you're as bad as me then. I'd say shame on you, but that's a bit hypocritical. And you're a beast for working the hours that you do. You're always putting in the work. I always see you putting in the work. It's crazy. Okay, let's stop dilly-dallying now. We are really dilly-dallying like crazy right now. We must stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Some of these dark valleys in here. Okay. Save this for the time being. We can put in these big sweeping values. Also, how is that whole competition thing going? was looking at references today for my piece, which is supposed to be today actually, but since Cassini wanted to stream, I was like, okay, we can just stream it because I don't think the deadline's very close. But I was looking at cosplayers before stream, figuring out how that piece is going to be done. But I hope you've had some good submissions. If not, I'll do my best. Define the shape of the initial highlights here. This. The area of light. As much as we can. Very important to do. So there is occlusion that we're missing in the middle. I'm going to add them a little bit after I do this, because the hair is in general a little bit light. Let's add in this detail here, or these values here to begin with, and then we can move on for the rest of it. I also want to bring in some of this blue as well into the piece. I should ask Cassini who the model is. So I certainly would like to work with the model again. I do like the way her face is structured, which is a very psychopathic thing to say. I am aware of this.
They don't know, don't show, or don't care about what's going on in the hood.
A quick back and forth. Things seem to read alright. They seem to be okay, for the most part. Let's just make sure that we have this idea of a hairline here at the very top. We can actually start feeding these values into blue, our background. Seems to look okay. Moving on with our render of the hair. I like to include these really nice dark saturated orange hues somewhere here. I think that might look nice with the hair. But of course the major thing that's going to be defining whether or not our hair looks like shit is always the occlusions, our good old buddies the occlusions. Always here to make sure that our hair looks semi-decent. We're always going to put that in. Okay. Getting our understanding in just a little bit better here. And use some of the occlusion value to define more of the feather. Double checking my placement. These occlusions that are really going to help us sell the idea of this being on top of the head, which it indeed is in the reference. So I can extend this shape over here. Get this idea in. I want to get some idea of a saturated blue on here, I think. This is super desaturated. I like the idea of bringing in some blue in here. Because we definitely can. The fact that it is a lower value, sorry, means we can start playing with that saturation. Just a little bit. It's getting a value there that I missed before. Okay, seems to be going alright so far. There's a shadow value over here that I want to get in, if I can. This shadow means saturate. We'll saturate it just a little bit, maybe a little bit more than that. We want to get the saturation down and get the dark value down to define this other. This is multiple feathers, of course. So we're going to define them entirely based on bits and pieces of saturation here and there, bits and pieces of darkness and highlight. That's what's going to sell the idea of these multiple feathers. Rather than draw them each out individually, we'll define them based on their most fundamental characteristics, which is the shadows that they cast and the highlights that they receive. This will allow us to really make it fit with the rest of the piece, because we already have our occlusion values, we have our highlight values, so everything should coordinate very well. In theory, at least. I don't know how well I will be able to do it. Theoretically speaking, this is the idea. Getting these values down over here. Again, as best as we can. Again, we don't want to be doing that. That's a mistake what we just did. We don't want to be randomly putting down values. Every value has to have a defined purpose. We need to be able to justify the reason the value is there and why it is in that shape. So we can't just do what we just did. We are trying to improve, which means we need to work on that mistake. We can't let that keep happening. So we can subtly define some of these edges here. For example, the middle, one of those right there. Well, how high does this go? This goes pretty bright, right? So we can put in this value as well. Just put it a hint like that for the time being. Now that the edge of this will be highlighted, because it is indeed an edge. We want to say that it is above the area that is behind it. So now slowly but surely, we're forming our understanding here. The shapes that are available here. We are okay if the values over here aren't too defined, because they're not really in. The focus, so behind here we don't really care about, but these will be in focus, so we want to get these fairly right. If I can use my pen pressure here, maybe I can do this. I don't know if that looks good enough. Like, we can settle for it, but do we want to settle for it? Pretty important question to ask. I think we can do better. Just this much actually seems to be sufficient, and we can double down on this idea by adding in the intermediate values maybe. This is an idea. Then we can play with a lot of these. Or maybe a mixture of all of these ideas. I'm not entirely sure how I want to proceed. Let's just assume that this is going to be the course of action. We're trying to describe feathers, so we'll describe the feathers as such. We can go into this idea with some of our brushes. Our brush strokes can define the edges of this. So I think the edges are where the feathers really come into play. Not particularly the value inside, but I think the edges themselves are super important to get right. Done some expressions, now to wait for the client to come back with what he thinks. Awesome. So your part is done, my friend. Take the load off. Now is the worrisome part when they go like, yeah, I didn't really like this part, even though it's exactly what they asked for. But hopefully you have a good client experience. Hope they don't try to screw you. I hope you're taking your payment up front, or at least a down payment up front for your time already costed. All of these things.
Oh yeah, it's express too.
What the hell was that? Okay, we need to get some of the skin value. A mild amount of the skin value going on top of the feathers here and there. Like these feathers can have a bit of orange on them perhaps. I took 50% down payment, the rest when it's done. Smart. That's how you should be doing it. Absolutely correctly done. Not enough being an artist trying to make it. People trying to scam you. It's even worse when your commission's done for like a friend or something. People get really weird about that. They're like, why don't you just draw me something? Like, sure, we can draw you something, but it's still time, you know? Like saying, why don't you go and work in the factory for 5 hours for me? It's silly to think of it otherwise. Job is still a job. Okay, my feathers look okay right now. Last thing we need to do is the hair. Are we done? So how exactly do the hair? What does the hair do in this piece? Friends and family are the worst customers, I agree. I'm never gonna draw anything for a family. I do a lot of stuff for friends, but never when they because they ask for it. I usually do it because I like them or because I want to draw a piece for them. I've never done anything for anybody when they've asked. I've just said like, nah, I can, but maybe I'm just a little bit busy right now, maybe later. Exception being my girlfriend, of course. Doing commissions because of all the stress you're forced to do something? Yeah, I'm not doing commissions right now either. I'm just trying to get better. I draw for friends and family for birthdays when I can't find something to get them. Goodness, I don't know if you heard that. That was both my shoulders popping, but yeah, I think that's a good way of doing it. Remember to stretch, people. Oh, I feel so much better. These highlights in the hair. I draw my own cards. Open joints. Yeah. What do you mean draw your own cards, Salzy? Like magic or something? You're piquing my interest right now. It reminds me I gotta print off a birthday card I made for my dad as a birthday tomorrow. Bill's birthday, man. Happy birthday to your beloved father. Wish him many more. Like birthday cards, dumbass? Oh, right. Sorry about that. Oops. You're right. Birthday ones, yeah, I got you. He's 48, I don't know. Well, I get you. 48, your dad's really young. My dad's over 60. 62. So the fuck? Be right back. Overwatch? Overwatch playing without me? Fuck? Who's playing? I wanna play. Looking good. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate the kind words. Famous streamer over there, Maddie. So privileged to have her come over and say some kind things to me. Thank you kindly, girl. I'm sorry I called you a Philistine on Discord yesterday for not knowing what the frog version of Thor was. Maybe that was a little bit uncalled for. Thanks, Boogie Wing. Just control copy. I just copied the thing that you posted.
Shout out to Smadium.
Smadium. So mean, I'm sorry. Cyberbully? Don't report me to the bully hunters. I'll be a good boy, I promise.
But it's something I want you to know. That I love you.
Smadium. Fucking talk about bullying and then spamming the emote that I hate. They're classy, guys. You fucking assholes. Do this movie night, right? For the AJ community. Might pop in. I might be up for a fairly long time today. Getting work done. wonder what they're watching. I have to check out for stream. I do not know. What am I peeking? Never mind, the game ended the moment I joined. Cool. Playing with anybody special? Don't spam Mortlaw? Wow. That's one more strike and you're gone, Brent. One more strike and you're fucking gone. You're gonzo. You're outie. I'm gonna fire you like Trump. Keep thinking that you're impervious, man. You just keep thinking. Keep thinking that you're untouchable. I'll touch you. Touch you real good. Touch you so hard you're gonna remember me. Get some of these really bright highlights in here. Because we're missing them. Just call me Brent? Yeah, I want to say friend, but I said Brent. I was like, please don't pick up on it, please don't pick up on it. Don't worry about it, Brent. All good. There we go. What is that? J Can style. What the fuck? That's a new one. Emote spam up in here. Keep doing it while you can. Keep doing it while you can, you fuckers. That emote's gonna be gone soon. I'll be rid of the tyranny. Tyranny of the emote will be at an end. What the fuck? Hive mind is real. Put some of this stranding here and there. Whenever we can. It's gonna be gone. It is. Better believe it. Jesus. are having a fun there, enjoying yourself over there. All right. Got that hair down there. Got our last area to do over here. Then we are donezo. Gonna head out for and rest for a bit. Have a lovely rest of your stream. Good night, everyone. Hey, Vital, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate you hanging out, buddy. Thank you so much for sticking around as always. Your company is so appreciated. And I will see you. We love this emote raid for later. Alright, sure. We're gonna be raiding pretty soon. Put on some of these ideas over here. Imagine doing this line traditionally. It would be so fucking awful. You got just one shot to do that line. What about the hair on the neck? Yeah, we're doing that right now. I'm not going to include every strand, of course. That would be silly. Putting the occlusion over here, because it reads like it's a clump of hair. I need to do that. Coming along nicely. Thank you, Tefram. Kind words. Tefram is fucking incredible at his work. Means a lot. Post what you're working on, by the way. I very rarely get to see your new stuff because I don't go on DeviantArt too often. And if you're planning on making an Instagram, let everybody here know. Because like I said before, your work is so good. I don't think a lot of people realize. The hair on this page, thank you. Didn't come out too bad. I'm certainly enjoying myself. I have to be a little bit careful about the way I choose to fit in my values here, because I can't go too bright on the hair randomly here. Just to make it look cool. I have to be a little bit conscious about it.
I brought you something special.
Something special?
That you're gonna like it.
I'm gonna like it?
What?
Alright. So we can bring down some highlights over here. But I think overall, it's been a pretty good piece for us. Will it just get louder for anybody else? Bloody thing. Pounding my eardrums right now. Rap music, fine, Jesus. Nice confident strokes. Most important. Try and get these ideas done. This one is louder. Yeah, let me just turn that down.
She never woke up.
Never woke up. Shit. Okay, I think it went to the next song. I think we're okay. If it's still too loud, let me know. Unsubs. No! Come back. I love you. All right. Getting more of this idea done. We can go as much as we want to in this render if we care to do it. But I think I'm going to be stopping pretty soon. Those premium emotes. You and Salty, man, are the best emotes. I'm gonna bring in some of this bluish value here, I think. Rude? What do you mean rude? The compliment. I'm just playing around with the hair. I'm not really paying too much attention to the reference anymore. I'm just playing around to see what looks good, what doesn't. Space, are you heading out? Let's get up in 4 hours. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate your company. And I hope work tomorrow goes really well for you. I don't think I'll be sleeping at all tonight. But I hope you do get some rest. Hope things on your side go well and in your favor. And we will see you when we next see you. Have a lovely night. Okay, we can start closing up now. We can put in, what can we put in? Let's just put in a slightly lighter idea up here. Of texture. background a little bit more interesting. There you go. Lovely. Oh, saying goodbye to everybody. There we go. Alright. We're getting pretty close to that time, guys. We might do one final layer here of just really minute sort of stranding. We want to just double down on the hair a little bit. So I'm going to lower the opacity here a little bit. We can go a little bit crazy. Do I want to do that though? I think I like the simplified approach that's in the piece right now. I do enjoy some of that. Can you mirror it and look at the ear? Sure can. It's okay, doesn't it? Do you want me to adjust anything? You're welcome to point out any mistakes. Don't know if I'll be looking into fixing them on stream right now. You're most welcome to. I think I will leave it here. Looks okay. Adding the reference more tilted? Yeah, a little bit more, I think. You're right. I see it now. You're right, B-Vang. I don't think I want to be tilting this though, I kind of like the way it looks. What say? I do agree with you though. Definitely is. So wow, I'm not speaking at all, am I? Definitely needs to be a little bit more tilted. Looks nice. Okay, I'm gonna call it here, I think. Thank you for the feedback, by the way. I'm considering tilting the entire image, but I'm in love with the way it looks right now. So we can just call that involuntary style choice. How about that? But you are indeed correct, good sir. And if it works without the reference on its own. I think it does. We will see. Okay, let's put a name at the bottom. The final stage. I haven't been naming my pieces lately. Or not naming, but I haven't been signing my pieces lately. Should be doing it more. Where's my flying brush in Krita? It's this one, right? Okay, we'll pick a dark valley for my reference. 4 hours and 26 minutes. Today's stream. Because of how you did it, her weird neck shape seems a little bit less weird. Yeah, maybe, but I don't think that's intentional by me. I think I just like went on what I think it should look like. And maybe lucked out. Definitely wasn't an intentional choice. The pose is really fucked up. She's like craning her neck a lot, isn't she? Just a little bit. I want to erase some of the things that are happening here. Not DG main light. I want to go with this brush. Sort of let some of my background play up over there. Her neck is freaky. Does have a bit of a long neck, it's true. I still think she's gorgeous though. Very gorgeous model. Wouldn't have drawn it when she twists her leg like that. It's a bit exorcisty, I'll guarantee you. I will grant you rather. Go with the really light value. Wait, I'm using a David Renoy brush for this, right? This one. There we go, that's a nice brush. There we go. Blame Cassini. Yeah, it is Cassini's fault for doing this. What is the date today? 23rd. There we go. Good stream, guys. Had a lot of fun. Very, very fun reference. We'll export it as a BNP. Save it. Sorry about that. We love this emote, right? Alright. I think Kate's done streaming actually. I missed her entire stream because it's just the incredible artist and friend that I am. She's rated Michael Di Nicola. Who should we raid? Should we also raid Michael Di Nicola? The next morning means you drew most of it the 22nd? Nah, I don't care. It's perfectly fine. It's mostly I finish all my drawings in the next day anyway. Not the biggest deal. Hello, hey Heather is streaming. Bonnie's streaming? She's not streaming. Who's Mike? Oh, Michael Di Nicola, right? Xenia, Sam Peterson streaming, that's true. Agent is streaming. Heather seems to be a bit lower. Then let's give her some love. Let's give her a bit of a boost. Okay, we're gonna rate Heather. Hello, hey Heather. Alright guys, thank you so much for stopping by. You have been incredibly kind and generous to me today. Thank you for the follows. And thank you so much to Nuts, to my dangling Nuts, for giving me the massive $10 donation. Holy shit, that is fucking crazy. And for, yeah, all of your continued support and all of you guys talking with me in the chat. I'm gonna be up for at least 5 more hours trying to either play Overwatch and finish my report in the same time. So if you guys want to play some Overwatch with me later on, that'd be great. But for now, say hello to Heather, and I wish you good fortune until I see you tomorrow. See you later, guys.